All right, council members, we have, sorry, I apologize for the delay in getting us set up there. Council member, you can begin when you are ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Councilmember Robert White, at-large council member and chair of the Committee on the Government Operations and Facilities. Today is Thursday, January 20th, 2022. The time is now 12:12 p.m. and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the Committee on the Emancipation Commemoration Commission, the Commission on Fashion, Arts, and Events, the Office of Community Affairs, and the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. This is our first of 7 performance oversight hearings on agencies under our oversight this winter. We will start our hearing today by hearing from public witnesses who have signed up to testify on any of the agencies on today's agenda. After that, we'll hear from the representative of the Emancipation Commemoration Commission. The commission was established to advise the mayor and council on programs and activities to celebrate Emancipation Day on April 16th each year. On that day, in 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed the District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act. The District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act abolished slavery in the District of Columbia, freeing almost 3,000 enslaved persons 8 months before the Emancipation Proclamation was issued. The commission has been tasked with developing activities to highlight the struggle to overcome slavery and to profile the African-American experience in the struggle for freedom, justice, and equality, a struggle that continues to this day. Due to the pandemic, last year's Emancipation Day celebration was virtual. While we are still under considerable constraints with the pandemic this year, the commission has had some time to reflect on how to further commemorate the occasion through remote and socially distanced activities. I look forward to discussing the role this commission plays in ensuring the district's unique history is remembered, even as the city's demographics change. In the past 2 years, not only did our residents combat the raging COVID-19 pandemic, but also the epidemic of institutional racism. 2020 forced many Americans to confront the reality of racism, culminating in summer protests, reminding us that the fight for equal rights and protection for people of color did not end with the abolition of slavery or the civil rights movement. Yes, the district led the nation in abolishing slavery months ahead of President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, and yes, this is something we should be proud of. But it is also important to note that the District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act is the only example of compensation by the federal government to former owners of emancipated slaves, paying $300 for former slave owners for each emancipated person formerly under their once lawful enslavement. $300 in 1862 is about $8,255 today. And 160 years later, the gap in the divide for Black Washingtonians in education outcomes, wealth, and health are unacceptably deep. So just as DC Emancipation Day is a day of celebration, it is a sobering reminder that we have a long way to go in how we view progress. I look forward to hearing from the commission about how we can celebrate our history together while acknowledging the epidemic of institutional racism that continues to affect many Black residents in the district. The second agency we will review today will be the Commission on Fashion, Arts, and Events. The district is home to one of the most unique and authentic fashion and beauty communities in the world. Walk down any number of DC streets and you will see an emphasis on fashion and aesthetic, from clothing and accessories to stunning murals. I remember being a young boy in the district when I decided to work at a barbershop sweeping floors just so I would have the ability to buy my own clothes that I thought were fashionable. Because I believe one of my greatest forms of expression, even as a child in the district, was through my clothing. Many of us who have been raised here and those who have grown to call the district home have seen DC make its mark on both the fashion and beauty industries. The Commission on Fashion, Arts, and Events helps to ensure that we push our influence further and that we support those trying to make their way in these industries. This is important because DC's people deserve not only recognition for what we innovate, but compensation for what we put out into the fashion world. The commission brings together experts in the fashion and beauty industry under the supervision of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development to focus together on developing fashion and beauty leaders and businesses as a key aspect of our creative economy. I support this vision for the district and look forward to hearing more about the commission's work today. The third agency we're going to discuss today is the Office of Community Affairs. The Office of Community Affairs has a bit of a unique position among the agencies this committee oversees because it sits as an umbrella agency in the executive office of the mayor. The 6 funded employees of the central staff of the Office of Community Affairs provide leadership and support for a diverse array of 13 subsidiary offices. Some of those constituent offices, like the Office of LGBTQ Affairs, the Office of Religious Affairs, the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, the Office of Veterans Affairs, and the Office on Women's Policy and Initiatives, are also under the jurisdiction of this committee and will have their own oversight hearings. Today's hearing will focus on the central support and coordination role that the Central Community Affairs staff play within the Executive Office of the Mayor. I would also note in this context, though we are not likely to get into the details here, that our committee also has an oversight interest in the funding listed in the budget as the Office of Partnerships and Grants, which has functionally been absorbed as a component of SERV-DC, and the Office of Community Relations and Services, which is listed in the budget as a component of the Office of Community Affairs, but operates separately in practice. We welcome any feedback from the public on those components of the Executive Office of the Mayor as well. With regard to the core Office of Community Affairs staff, we know from previous oversight that the office has played a large role in mediating and supporting communications, community engagement, and some technical assistance on things like special events and grants. We will be asking questions today about those roles specifically. I also want to acknowledge that the office has undergone a leadership transition since our last hearing on the Office of Community Affairs. In that regard, I want to thank Faith Gibson Hubbard for her service, and I look forward to engaging with Jackie Reyes-Yanes, who was appointed as Director of the Office of Community Affairs in October of 2021. The final agency we're going to discuss today is the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. The mission of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions is to provide technical, administrative, and financial reporting assistance to the Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. Our ANCs are one of the most unique and important aspects of local government, providing the on-the-ground, hyper-local services and perspectives that we desperately need to be successful. As many of you know, the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions has been going through a period of transition. After the departure of the former long-term director, the office has benefited from the interim leadership of Shanette Grant. Interim Director Grant has focused on supporting the growth of the office staff while prioritizing projects to support commissioners, many of which have been in the pipeline for implementation for years now. We are in the middle of a search for a permanent director for the OANC, and I have been incredibly impressed by the applications we have received. We hope to announce a proposed candidate soon and will schedule a roundtable on the nominee. We are also beginning our process for establishing a strategic plan to help guide the work of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions in the coming years. We have scheduled a roundtable to gather feedback and proposals for the office's future strategic plan for February 8th. Today's hearing will focus on the performance of the office over the last year, and I will be particularly interested to see what the office has accomplished so far under Interim Director Grant's leadership. Now let me turn to my colleagues for any opening statement she may have, and I see my Ward 2 colleague, Councilmember Brooke Pinto. If you have an opening statement, we would welcome it now. Very good to see you.
Very nice to see you as well. And thank you so much, Chairman White, for holding this oversight hearing today. I'm really looking forward to hearing about the performance of all of these critically important functions of our city, from the Emancipation Commemoration Commission, the Commission on Fashion, Arts, and Events, the Office of Community Affairs, and the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commission. I am especially eager to hear from the OANC today about the progress that has been made since Interim Director Grant was confirmed in October. I am continually impressed by the dedication of our ANC commissioners, and I lean on them heavily for their feedback, ideas, and collaboration. And I'm so grateful to all of the partnership that our Ward 2 commissioners in particular have with our office and my team. Many of them have lived in their neighborhoods for decades, therefore having institutional knowledge that continues to be invaluable. While they are unpaid positions, our ANC commissioners put in hours of work each week to address the needs of their constituents. Interim Director Grant comes into this role at a critical time and has an opportunity to shape the future of how our ANCs function and serve our residents. We must do a better job of ensuring commissioners have the tools they need to make their meetings and outreach as inclusive as possible to all residents, regardless of language barriers or disabilities. And while we have to make sure that ANCs have the legal services they need to be the most effective advocates on behalf of all of their constituents. So thank you again, Chairman White, for holding this hearing today, and looking forward to hearing from our witnesses.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Pinto. So everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'm going to call witnesses in the order they appear on that list. When I do call you, the staff will promote you to panelists so that you can testify. When you're promoted, you will drop out of the hearing momentarily and you will come back in as a panelist. At that time, witnesses will be able to unmute themselves. Public witnesses will be provided with 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners will be permitted 5 minutes to testify. With that, let me call our first of 2 panels of public witnesses. And I will note at the outset, we will likely take a break at some point, maybe 2.5 hours roughly, but we will sort of track as we go. If we take a break, it'll be brief. Our first panel of public witnesses, Frederick Hill III, Robert Becker, Sharice Crawford, Chandra J. Rahman, and Commissioner Randy Speck. Let me see how many of those folks are here. All right, let me add Commissioner Chuck Elkins and Commissioner Trupti Patel. And Mr. Becker, welcome. Glad to have you with us this afternoon, and you can begin your testimony when you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the DC Open Government Coalition, I'd like to thank you for allowing us to testify about the OANC's performance. I am a member of the coalition's board, a Ward 4 resident, and I am served by ANC 34G. ANCs, as you pointed out, are the most important grassroots elected body in this city, and their actions directly affect all residents and businesses. This year, the council has a unique opportunity, long overdue, to greatly improve the operations and transparency of the ANCs. At the outset, I'd like to acknowledge that several ANCs have worked for years to be very transparent, to comply with the FOI Act, and even to comply with the Open Meetings Act, which doesn't actually apply to them. They have done that without the assistance, and in fact, at sometimes with resistance from the OANC. They conduct their meetings in public, they live stream, they have robust websites, they engage on social media. Other ANCs, unfortunately, are far less transparent. For example, in Ward 8, I don't think there is any ANC that has a website accessible from the OANC website, and 2 in Ward 5 are inaccessible. Several other ANCs have websites that are very rudimentary. And in 2020, after the pandemic began, the council passed legislation to rectify those problems. It created a technical support fund to facilitate community engagement and communications. But according to the ANC's responses to your pre-hearing questions, not a penny of that fund has been spent. And 2 years into the pandemic, the OANC now says it's going to put these platforms online February 1st, but it doesn't tell us what the platforms do, how they work, what equipment the ANCs will need to use them, or how to expect this to play out as more and more ANCs come online. As a result, I believe their schedule is overly ambitious and I am very skeptical that they can meet it. And I'm not surprised by that. I have worked on DC transparency since 1999. And every time the issue of the FOI Act or the Open Meetings Act has come up, the OANC has opposed applying them to ANCs. And the OANC's position has had very serious consequences for all the ANCs, including those that have tried their hardest to be transparent. Because there was no DC government platform for their websites, they have been forced to use commercial ISPs, and they use commercial streaming services. As a result, it's impossible to know whether the content that they've put online is secure. This is content created at taxpayer expense. It's all over the internet, and it should be subject to the same level of security as any other government documents. Second, the OANC is supposed to provide every ANC commissioner an email address, an official one, on a government server. It is probable that not every commissioner uses their government account to make that happen. And so there is email content that's not accessible or preserved. I have one quick request that you can do right away. We believe that the ANCs should be included in the Open Meetings Act. That statute is easy to comply with, and it is long past time for the council to make that happen in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Becker. Our next public witness, I need to know from my team actually who is here and who is not. As I figure that out, Commissioner Speck would love to have your testimony if you're ready.
Thank you, Councilmember White and Councilmember Pinto. Appreciate your being here today. I'm Randy Speck. I'm the chair of ANC 34G. I appreciate Mr. Becker's testimony. He's one of our constituents. We appreciate that. We weren't able to get this testimony approved at a public meeting as we normally do because of the timing of the hearing, but all of the other 6 commissioners in my commission subscribed to this testimony as well and asked me to tell you that. 6 of our 7 commissioners were elected to the commission within the last year. Each of them immediately recognized the crucial need for an effective and efficient way to communicate with and hear from their constituents. They were astonished that no direct communication to constituent communications system currently exists for commissioners. While we have used ad hoc methods to communicate with our constituents, this is an inefficient means of gaining access to the 15,000 residents in our ANC. We have called this fundamental requirement of community engagement to the committee's attention repeatedly since 2019. We were grateful that the council responded by authorizing $100,000 in the FY 2020 budget to remedy this glaring deficiency. Unfortunately, the OANC is still not contracted to provide the necessary communication software, and the money remains unspent. We urgently need the OANC to provide this essential tool so that commissioners can effectively serve their constituents. As I've testified in the past, an integral part of a commissioner's job is to engage with constituents, the broader neighborhood, and with other ANCs on a broad array of issues. This entails communication in both directions, from commissioners to provide important information and from constituents to let commissioners know their reactions, concerns, and priorities. We've used social media, neighborhood listservs, ad hoc email lists, and door-to-door flyers in an effort to get the word out about commission activities and upcoming events, but they reach only a small part of the community. Perhaps more importantly, without an effective communications software, it's particularly difficult to create a dialogue with constituents so that they can offer ideas and contribute to developing solutions. We've tried out online surveys and they are certainly useful, but we need a mechanism that is truly interactive and permits real-time feedback. We've noted to the committee and the OANC that software to satisfy both these requirements exists and has proven effective in other cities. In the last year, there have been 4 particular instances that I'd call your attention to where this kind of software would have been particularly valuable. The first is with regard to the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan, which we've been working on for the last year with the Office of Planning. We've helped OP in its community engagement, and we've also initiated a number of our own information exchanges on relevant topics. We needed an effective communication software, however, to get the word out about these events and to get community input on what additional information they need. As a small area plan proceeds, we need an effective way to gather reactions from a broad group of residents and businesses, not just from those few dozen people who attend our meetings. Second, we've considered a proposal that would affect all Lafayette Elementary School current and prospective pre-K students. We needed a communications tool that would be tailored to that group of residents. Tight time deadlines exacerbated the communication difficulties, and we drew on other groups' networks to get input for the affected cohort, but we had no useful tools to assist us. I'll skip through the next 2. We had the reversible lanes project on Connecticut Avenue and a current project with regard to Murray School, both of whom we really needed this kind of communications tool. But these are only a few of the recent instances when our commission has been handicapped by OANC's failure to provide the communication software assistance that the council funded in 2020. We understand that the changes in leadership at OANC have had some impact on the timing for acquiring the resource, but our needs have only become more acute. The interim executive director has been in place since October 5th last year, and we immediately called her attention to the commissioner's August 5th, 2021 letter, emphasizing the priority that we place on getting this software. We understand from the OAC's responses to the committee's pre-hearing questions that it is close to entering 2 separate contracts for communications and engagement. We are grateful that some action now appears imminent. Unfortunately, commissioners were not consulted in this decision, which leaves $32,000 of the commission's authorized funds unspent. We are concerned that the amount of the engagement software may not be sufficient to meet the needs. Of course, it merits mentioning that whoever is selected to be the permanent executive director must recognize the imperative of modernizing our communication system and have the technical skills to make sure it is implemented properly, including finally filling the vacant technical support specialist position. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Speck. Next, Commissioner Chuck Elkins. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Councilmember Pinto. Mr. Chairman, in a couple of weeks on February 8th, I do plan to address the support functions that I think OANC should undertake next year and in future years to support ANC commissioners. But today I want to focus on commissioners' immediate needs that I hope are met in the next 2 months because they have not been met during the last year. Specifically, this is our need for financial and technical advice and assistance on the conduct of hybrid commission meetings. This situation illustrates the need for expanded support from the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions to meet some of the basic needs of all ANCs, and to do that now. By hybrid meetings, of course, I mean the ability of a commission to conduct both an in-person meeting while at the same time allowing people at home to participate fully in the meeting virtually through Zoom or similar software. As commissions prepare to return to in-person meetings, many do not want to lose the audiences they have gained through their virtual meetings. They're therefore anxious to hold hybrid meetings. But here's the problem. While holding a Zoom meeting is relatively easy, setting up and holding a hybrid meeting is far more complicated and requires more equipment, some of which can be expensive. Last August 5th, the district-wide advisory committee to OANC for services, which is known as ACTOS, of which I'm the chair, wrote Director Gottlieb Simon recommending a number of initiatives and giving very high priority to both technical and financial assistance with hybrid meetings. I've attached a copy of that letter to my testimony. Now, when I talk to people about how difficult getting equipped for hybrid meetings is, they often say, well, everybody already knows how to run a Zoom meeting, so what's more difficult about hybrid meetings? And when I start to explain, their eyes glaze over. So for today's testimony, I've developed some slides to help me make my point. And I ask you to excuse the artwork. I got C in art in the second grade, and my talents have not improved since that time. But I thought it would help to have some graphics. Let's see if I can get this slideshow going here. So in pre-COVID days, most ANC's regular in-person meetings were fairly low tech, just like my drawing here. Many commissions have had just a laptop, a projector, and a screen on which to show slides when agencies and others came to make presentations. In some cases, commissions had meeting rooms that require microphones and a sound system so commissioners can be heard, and they've therefore added that equipment. But hybrid meetings are more complicated. They require a lot more because you need to allow two separate audiences to participate fully in the meeting. At a minimum, as you see outlined in this red box, an ANC running a hybrid meeting may want some way to show the commissioners who are conducting the meeting. So what's the best way to do this? A single camera? Would the commission need a staff person to operate the camera? That could prove expensive. And the in-person audience members will want at least a microphone, if not a camera, when they're speaking. What are the options for doing this? How do all the microphones get connected to both the sound system in the room and into the Zoom meeting? One approach might be to set up each commissioner with a laptop and do, whoops, I'm sorry, I've advanced one slide here, and do the same for the in-person audience speaker. Now, do commissioners need to bring their own laptops to the meeting if they have them and their children don't need them for their homework that night? Do all commissioners even have a laptop? Supplying laptops could be very expensive. In addition, will the commissioners' microphones built into their laptops result in feedback interference between various computers? In at least one hybrid meeting I've seen, the answer is yes. So how do we solve that problem? Will wearing headsets with attached microphones fix that? Does anybody know for sure? And finally, but not least, what are the necessary capabilities of the Wi-Fi system that can serve this many laptops without making Zoom freeze up? More importantly, for some commissions, the room where they meet has no Wi-Fi. So can they create a Wi-Fi hotspot? And if so, at what expense? Now, all of these problems are not rocket science, and I'm sure they can all be solved, but there are 40 different commissions. Do we all have to have 40 different solutions worked out on a trial and error basis, reinventing the wheel? Is this a good use of commissioners' time, presuming they have the necessary talents? Clearly, the transition to hybrid ANC meetings cries out for some centralized technical advice and assistance from OANC. In addition, some of the equipment costs a lot of money, and many ANCs don't have enough in their budget reserves to buy it. And yet, worse yet, without good advice, they may use their money to buy equipment and then find out it's ill-suited for the meeting situation. I use this as one example of many ways that OANC needs to expand the vision of its role in support of ANCs. At the Strategic Planning Roundtable on February 8th, I and others will be addressing what this new vision for OANC might be. Hybrid meeting assistance is only one mundane but important and practical way in which ANCs can make a real difference in improving, OANC can make a real difference in improving the performance of ANC commissioners across the district. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to run over time.
Thank you, Commissioner Elkins. And finally, for this panel, Commissioner Trupti Patel, good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, and I want to acknowledge my own council member, Councilwoman Brooke Pinto. I'm gonna switch to my other screen so I can actually read my testimony. I believe they got it to you, so just bear with me one moment. I'm ready when you are, sir.
You may proceed.
All right, thank you for hosting this hearing so that our comments may be entered for the permanent record. I'm one of 296 ANC commissioners. In a year from now, I expect us to be a fierce squad of 400 or nearly 500. We talk about the importance of representation, and while I'm glad to serve and be an extra pair of eyes and ears to the DC Council, DC agencies, and to the Mayor of DC, I can't be as effective or efficient as I'd like to be. The Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissioners, known as OANC, is the resource that serves 296 ANC commissioners. And while something is better than nothing, it simply can't function as at its best performance. Why? It's simple. It's understaffed and not given the resources needed to help myself and fellow colleagues succeed. How can I help you if more than half the entities I'm supposed to work with in allyship don't understand what my role is? Many DC agencies don't even understand when ANC submit resolutions that are to be considered with great weight. I've heard off-the-cuff comments how agency heads laugh along with their staffers when they see our resolutions. This is deeply offensive and disturbing, as many of these agencies impact residents' quality of life. The pandemic stripped away all pretenses of functionality of government. We're here to assist in the governing, and when agencies disregard us, even in cases of legitimate crisis amplification and intervention, nothing. I'll provide 2 examples of agencies I've had to work with and felt nothing but frustration and gotten the runaround. In my single member district, I have vacant and blighted properties. Those would fall under the purview of DCRA. It's been nothing short of frustration and anger from residents when it's been proven that the situation being amplified is causing severe issues, yet no movement or to be told that XYZ must be done. Another agency that I've had to deal with, and I'm still having to work with them on, is DOES, which is Department of Employment Services. The last number of claimants waiting for benefits was over 13,000. I've personally fought for and have gotten nearly $100,000 worth of back pay for claimants. I myself have 5 weeks of unemployment insurance that I am owed, and I'm now going on 7 months of still waiting to get my direly needed funds. Perhaps these agencies would better be community partners if there was true implementation and sustainable educational campaigns to help the public and DC agencies and council understand what ANCs do. The OANC could monitor whether agencies are meeting requirements to offer training to their own managers and employees on what ANCs do and what agencies are required to do for ANCs, including notice and giving great weight to certain of our recommendations. I urge you to urge the recommendation for OANC to better serve the residents of DC, and I'm happy to address questions and provide further clarification and service.
Thank you very much to all of you for your testimonies today. We'll do a 10-minute round of questions, starting with Mr. Becker. You mentioned OANC historically opposing applying the Open Meetings Act to ANCs. Can you help me better understand what the opposition is?
The opposition from Gottlieb Simon has historically been that ANC commissioners are volunteers, although they are elected, that they don't have staff support necessary to comply with either law, quite frankly, and that the notice requirements and or the minutes and publishing recordings, making recordings available is a burdensome process that they should not be burdened with. Now, the OANC clearly could provide the support services to make all those things happen. It has historically not done that.
Okay.
And so that's, that's as best I can explain to you what his opposition has been.
Okay.
In 2010, when the current Open Meetings Act was enacted, several commissions lobbied against being included, and they won. They convinced the council not to do it.
When you say several commissions, do you mean individual advisory neighborhood commissions, or do you mean something
Yes,
different?
yes,
Okay.
those some commissions, and Mr. Simon has historically been opposed. And I know that other commissions have worked very hard to live stream their meetings years ago before the pandemic started. So
Yeah,
there's a
I've seen-
change going on, but it's not universal.
That's right. I've seen some of those pre-pandemic recordings on their websites. Now, what about FOIA, or Freedom of Information Act? That does apply to ANC commissioners. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And Mr. Simon has resisted at every turn. And one of the reasons we think that there should be a common system for storing from records management for all ANCs is so to facilitate the ability to find that stuff in response to requests.
Let me just say, I don't want to spend my whole round on this, but the three commissioners on this panel, are any of you aware of sort of reasons why the Open Meetings Act or FOIA should not apply to commissions, or yeah?
Not in our commission. I mean, we have, even before the pandemic, we were recording our meetings and putting them up the next morning on YouTube. So we've been doing that for a long time. And we've also endeavored as best we can to be as transparent as we can, providing notices of our meetings and all of those kinds of things, using social media extensively. And with regard to FOIA, we have, I don't think we've ever gotten a FOIA request, but we certainly endeavor to keep our records as thorough and complete as possible in the event that we do get a request like that. And for instance, I make it a real point of using my ANC email address exclusively.
Yeah, that is something that we have to fix across the ANC commissions, the use of the ANC email address. That's it's bad for business. It's hard to get in contact with commissioners. It's hard to apply FOIA. Did any either of the other commissioners have thoughts on that briefly? Commissioner Patel.
I know I serve on ANC 2A, and I know for 2A, we actually take that very seriously. We make sure to publish our meetings with enough notice in more than one location. Number one, we try to make sure our minutes and now our Zoom recorded meetings are available to the public. I know that it has been communicated to all of us that, majority of our emails should be done on all of our government communication should be done on our government emails. We do have some members on our commission that continue to, disregard that ruling, which I've even stated in writing that I said, I feel this is extremely inappropriate. That's about the only thing I can say. But, I have been informed that, I am susceptible to FOIA. So I'm actually quite surprised to hear what Mr. Becker is saying. I think there may be a handful of commissions that may be resistant, but I know my commission is pretty cooperative on that.
There are a lot of commissioners who don't use their ANC email address. So who posts, Commissioner Patel, who posts your minutes and meetings?
So we have a staffer, his name is Peter Sacco. He's our executive director. So he thankfully manages a lot of our ANC responsibilities, and we're very, very grateful to him. So we do pay to have him do all of those tasks for us, which is, I think, why we're able to be so efficient and effective and transparent.
I've seen your website. I appreciate how much I can find in there.
Glad, sir.
Thank you. So,
Mr. Chairman, I might just say ANC 3D follows the open government rules and has been doing so for a good number of years.
okay, thank you. Commissioner Speck, let me ask this. I share your frustration with the amount of time it has taken to get this communication software going. I am heartened that it is moving quickly now. Your concern is that commissioners were not consulted. I would say, playing devil's advocate, I would say it's not possible to sort of do a survey of all commissioners when you need to do something across the city. You gotta, have an understanding of what commissioners need and maybe apply that to make sure you're hitting the mark as best as possible. How do you think OANC could have done a better job engaging commissioners, even though commissioners wouldn't make the final decision on the procurement?
Well, there are a couple of things. One is we've created, and Commissioner Patel and Commissioner Elkins are both part of that, this Actos group. And we wrote a letter August 5th explaining the importance that we felt for this communication software, and particularly one that would emphasize the engagement aspect. And then, as you know, I've been advocating this very publicly for 3 years now. And once Executive Director Gottlieb reached out to me. Since then, I've had no contacts, really, substantive contacts with the OANC about that. And it stands to reason to me that if you were really interested in addressing a problem that had been identified, and I was the person who had been sort of leading the charge on that you would reach out and say, okay, Commissioner Speck, is this okay? Just check in with us. I'm not saying we would have any kind of decision-making role, but just to check in and let us know, maybe we've got some good suggestions. I think that's something that OANC has not done in the 10 years that I've been on the commission.
Yeah. And I'll follow up on that with OANC, Commissioner Speck. I'll do that today. Commissioner Elkins, I appreciate you laying out sort of the complication of hybrid meetings. The council is trying to figure that out now for our own purposes. Some commissions, like Commissioner Patel's commission, I think Commissioner Patel's commission is doing hybrid meetings. So there is sort of a knowledge base out there. Can we sort of, I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel here. We need to see if what is happening in some of what two commissions works for others and sort of replicate it. Is that your thinking?
Yes, but I think that should be done on a central basis so that we gather all the experience. There's experience in the school system as well. And let's bring that together, make it available to all the 40 commissions. There probably need a little bit more technical assistance in a few cases where all of our meeting rooms are a little different from each other. So individual commissions may have problems, but it makes no sense for all of us to become expert on how to get microphones not to interfere with each other. I mean, it's just silly. So we need a centralized effort on this. And we essentially are running out of time.
Agreed. And with the council just extended the authorization, which we intend to make permanent for hybrid meetings, one of the things we've learned in the pandemic is that it just makes sense to have people to be able to attend virtually. And we get much higher turnout, much more resident participation. So we got to move down that road intentionally. Right. Finally, Commissioner Patel, I really appreciate this recommendation. And this is something that as we identify a new executive director, it's something that I think we need to make clear as part of the ongoing obligation of the OANC to really push agencies with things like you recommended, sort of an ongoing training to make sure they understand great and weight and notice requirements. But we do need someone in this role who is really going to push agencies in that direction, and they will have the support of this committee in doing that. So I really appreciate that perspective. I'm a bit over time, so let me turn it to my colleague, Councilmember Pinto, if you have questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman White, and thank you, commissioners, for your helpful testimony as always. I want to continue on this conversation about hybrid meetings, because one of the issues that's been raised to me as a potential problem of having one standardized approach is that each commission is finding different venues to host the in-person portion of the hybrid meeting, which may have different functional issues with sound or where we put the microphones or where we put the computer. And so I want to ask you, Commissioner Elkins, kind of what you think about that feedback, and if that's able to be overcome, how you think the best form of training would come from the OANC to all the commissions to make sure that there is some level of standardization and training going on.
Well, I would conceive this as two different things that need to be done. One is sort of a general instruction to all the commissions about the kind of equipment that is available and how they interact with each other, et cetera, and how much it costs, et cetera. That can be generic. But then I think you are absolutely correct that these meeting rooms have different demands, and there's going to need to be some technical assistance commission by commission as they go forward, and there's not much time to do that. So I think we need both. I certainly don't think one size fits all in this case, and that just makes it harder, and all the more reason we need to get started.
And has there been any sort of outreach to your commission from the OANC about options for hybrid meetings, or that's all fallen on each commission on how they want to handle?
Well, they need to speak for themselves, but at least from on the receiving side, we've received a survey about what kind of equipment we need, whether we intend to do hybrid meetings, but there's been nothing coming back yet.
Okay. And I guess to all commissioners, how do we think is the best way that when ANCs move locations over the years, that the transition with hybrid tech can be smooth and that we can educate our constituents on where those moves are? Go ahead, Commissioner Speck.
Well, in ANC 34G, we've been meeting for decades at the Chevy Chase Community Center. It's a very old building. Their Wi-Fi is rudimentary at best and non-existent most of the time. So we have been looking for other venues because we don't feel we can go back to that venue and have hybrid meetings at all. And so it's been difficult to find another place that's going to have the Wi-Fi capability that we need and parking and the hours that we need and be able to accommodate all of us. And especially there's still some venues that are saying we're concerned about the pandemic and we don't want to have public meetings in our buildings yet. So we haven't found a place yet that would be suitable for a hybrid meeting. And that present at least one that's within our ANC, and we certainly want to keep it within our ANC. So that's become really a difficult problem right now. And if there were a way to solve that problem with the Wi-Fi at the community center, that would be fantastic. But we don't know of a way to do that.
Well, this is where I think technical assistance is necessary, because there are hotspot generators that do work in some circumstances where you can create your own Wi-Fi. It's expensive. I have one that costs about $300, and you have to pay the extra amount of money to the Verizon for it. But certainly it might be cheaper than having to find another solution, another meeting. But one would need to test it in the Chevy Chase Center, not just sort of announce, well, it could be done. No, you need to actually go out there and test it. And that's where I think we need the technical assistance on a case-by-case basis in some situations.
Got it. Okay. That's helpful. And, you know, once the OANC is ready to provide some more specific training to each commission on utilizing this hybrid technology, what do you all think is the best way to provide that training to you all? So we had, for example, at the council training yesterday for everybody's teams on how to use hybrid technology so our offices can use them. That's a little bit different because the training was able to be done on site at the Wilson building. Does anybody have ideas in the best way to reach as many commissioners as possible to provide that training?
Well, certainly, I think training is a piece of it. What we have found is a lot of commissioners find it difficult to take the time, even, in pre-COVID days, to come down to the district office on a Saturday or something. They have family obligations, et cetera. And so what we have urged somewhat unsuccessfully is that all this training be put on, recorded and made available as on demand, so people could watch it at 11 o'clock at night if they wanted to. Now, of course, that doesn't allow them to ask questions, but if there is a in-person technical assistance capability on this subject, perhaps from Octo or wherever, then that might supplement for that.
Okay, thank you. So given this new change in leadership with the OANC potentially coming, can everybody share any ideas or hopes that you have for additional collaboration with the OANC to make sure that there is robust centralization and sharing of resources and ideas among commissions? It continually occurs to, I know, all of us, that there are so many challenges that neighborhoods are facing that neighborhood in another ward or across the city may be experiencing as well. And we can share those ideas and best practices, we'll all be better off. But in these last couple of minutes, can anybody share other things that they're hoping to see out of the OANC in this year ahead and the spring ahead for additional collaboration?
For myself, I think one of the things that shows the inequity amongst ANC commissions is the digital divide, which is what Commissioner Elkins and Commissioner Speck has talked about. I mean, for ANC 2A, for us, we had a meeting space built with the AV needs inside of it. So we don't have some of the same struggles in there. And so I think when OANC is talking about, well, let's be transparent and let's be accessible to the public, I think the first thing OANC needs to do, with the weight and the clout and support of the district council and the mayors, to make sure that, that we can find, ANC commissions can find meeting locations to do the things that we need to do to make them accessible to everybody, not just, people within their commission. Like, say, if I want to attend an ANC meeting in Ward 8, I want to be able to do that and not be told by the commission, well, we'd love to do the hybrid meeting, but we don't have the ability because we don't have, there's no way we can get Wi-Fi here, or, we don't have the equipment. So that's like the number one thing I would like to see is to see a true study amongst all the ANC commissions to see where their true needs are to be an equitably accessible ANC. So that would be number one. Number two, like, as I said in my testimony, I think some agencies, they've been very good community partners, other ones haven't. And it's just been really, really frustrating when, we're told that with our great weight, we need to make recommendations to agencies, to the council, and then agency heads literally will get the paperwork and throw them out. Like, we've been told, like I've been told that, hey, they just laugh at our recommendations, they throw them out. And, I've even heard from some commissioners, what's the point of us being elected if you're not going to take us seriously? So I would like to see OANC, kind of say to agencies, hey, they need to be given the same clout and respect as a member of the council and as a mayor. That's just me.
I might say that I think we have 40 commissions that are almost like islands. They don't communicate with each other because it's not facilitated in any way. Some of us have set up forums despite that. Every other Monday night, many of us meet to just discuss common problems. OANC does not participate in that. They're invited to do so. We've set up this committee to advise on services. We have 2 people from each ward. We're trying to substitute for that. What I would like to see is OANC be the glue, the connective tissue among these various 40 commissions, and look for common issues and common, just have more communication. So there are more meetings among commissioners and among, let's say, the chairs of the commissions.
One thing that I've suggested in the past that I think would be very helpful is just a listserv for commissioners. There's not currently a way that you can easily communicate with all the other commissioners in the city to say, have you run into this problem? What was your solution? Or reaching out to other commissioners and saying, we just encountered this issue. Can you help us on it as well? That listserv would be invaluable. And I just can't understand why we don't have that.
May I just comment briefly on your question, Councilmember Pinto? I hope that you will direct the OANC to consult with and do the planning and consultation with the Office of Open Government, because particularly with regard to the OMA and FOI, it can help set up systems as well as deal with problems. The coalition is prepared to meet with the OANC and with commissioners, as we have in the past, to try and facilitate some of those issues.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Chairman White. Sorry to go a bit over. Thank you, all the commissioners.
Thank you for the robust discussion there. Thank you to everyone on this panel, very fruitful, and actually look forward to continuing this conversation onto the second panel. So with that, let me call up our next panel of witnesses, including several ANC commissioners, Commissioner Emily Singer-Lucio, Commissioner Jeremiah Montague, and Commissioner Dorothy Douglas. Commissioner Lucio, good to have you with us. And you can be, thank you. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Councilmember White and Councilmember Pinto, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you about this very important issue, and I greatly appreciate your time today. As you noted, my name is Emily Singer-Lucio, and I'm the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner in 5A03, here to share my view on the important role of the Office of ANC plays in supporting ANC commissioners. And let me just briefly interject. Councilmember Pinto, you had asked a question about this, so I want to make sure I address that in here. I think you'll get an answer to the question you asked earlier. Since many of you are former ANC commissioners, you understand how critical it is to have a strong connection between district services and agencies to support our citizens. Therefore, I want to provide you with my perspective on what should be considered when filling the vacancy of the ONC executive director's position. First, let me reiterate the importance the ONC provides to support to the ANC commissioners. In a recent survey sent to ANC commissioners by the Actos Group, 88% of commissioners wanted to learn about district agency policies, processes, and issues. 78% indicated that they needed to be improved interactions between district agencies and OANC, and 91% wanted OANC to foster collaboration between commissioners and district agencies. So as you can see, ANCs overwhelmingly support the need for a strong and connected OANC. I can tell you that during the course of my 2 terms, I have worked closely with many district agencies, DDOT, DCRA, DPW, and DC Water, on behalf of my constituents. Unfortunately, despite there being appointed points of contact for ANC commissioners within these district agencies, it oftentimes takes multiple attempts and several communications before receiving adequate responses or actions to resolve these issues. Therefore, the survey suggests ANC commissioners would like to see an empowered executive director of OANC that will work with the district agencies to expedite workflow and to be a strong conduit between OANC and ANCs and the district agencies. The executive director should be responsible for ensuring that each district agency has a designated liaison and make that list widely available to all ANC commissioners so that we can make every attempt to resolve the issues when possible, but be able to rely on the OANC to support when necessary. This would require a very active executive director that will build relationships with these two agencies to ensure that the district agencies, the OANC and ANC commissioners, and are seamlessly connected to work together to serve all district residents, which hasn't been done as smoothly in the past. As an ANC commissioner, I do understand the value of connecting our communities to work together so we can learn from each other, share ideas, and work to achieve common goals. That is why I think it is important for the executive director of the OANC to host periodic meetings with the district agency liaisons and the ANC commissioners as a way to ensure all ANC commissioners have an opportunity to learn more about how we best utilize the district agencies to better support our residents. While it is vital that ANC commissioners receive strong support from the district agencies, it should not be a unilateral outcome. As you know, ANC commissioners can serve as important support for the district agencies as well. We can provide feedback on how agencies can serve their residents better, but more importantly, we know what is going on in our single member districts as we can help the district agencies be more aware of specific community issues, which will help the district agencies better serve our residents even more effectively. To be clear, I've been very supportive of the role and efforts of the OANC, but now we have an opportunity to make the office even better and provide the support that we as ANC commissioners are recognizing as important to be residents of the District of Columbia. I want to thank you very much for taking the time to listen to my suggestions for the role that the new executive director of the ANC should take, and would be happy to provide any further support necessary to this body as the decision to fill this extremely important position advances. Respectfully, Emily Lucio. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Montague, you can begin when you're ready. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson White and the committee members. I thank you for the opportunity to provide input into the discussion of the performance of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, OANC. Today, we find ourselves in the midst of searching for a new permanent executive director of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. Once selected, the successful candidate will confront the many issues needing reform and challenging the operations of that office. During the past review period, my contacts with the OANC were numerous and often fruitful. Even during the public health emergency, the staff was attentive, conscientious, and rendering services. Nevertheless, they are unable to fulfill all wants. Further, there are absent services sorely needed by ANCs. Regardless, they do well as allowed. An immediate need are improvements in advocacy and communications. This centers on those occurring between the OANC and DC agencies, the OANC and ANCs, DC agencies and ANCs, between ANCs and peer ANC commissions, and most importantly, ANCs and their constituents. Today, I choose to focus on the digital divide between the ANCs and constituents. We live in a city too much reliant upon electronic communications for knowledge and information dissemination. This leaves those not digitally connected, marginalized, cowering in the shadows, and despondent. As a bridge, it is my understanding that the OANC was to develop a means or an account to facilitate printing access for direct non-digital contact. To date, we have no more information on this than we had a year ago. Printing is expensive, but is a necessary communication tool where we experience digital inequity. In its absence, the burden falls upon ANC commissioners, which it should not. We should have OANC facilitated ready assistance to accomplish this. In another matter, the ANCs still lack guidelines for commission's use and possession of debit cards. It is a thorny subject at best. However, the OANC was to have provided this to the ANC commission. I am unaware that the ONC has done this. Once again, the public health emergency pointed out that ANCs need this to conduct financial transactions. Our business is hampered by the requirement that to only issue checks as payment. I fully understand this facilitates an audit trail and accountability. Nevertheless, it impedes ANC operations. We did close the door, excuse me, on outbound ACH transactions as a prudent OANC directive. Nevertheless, our operations now require digital payments, which currently occur on a pay by the commissioner, reimbursed by the commission basis. This is cumbersome and impedes some ANC activity, resulting in deferred or lost opportunities for commissions. Lastly, the ANC commissioners, being technically not DC employees, starve for training and training opportunities. Thus, training and training opportunities require initiative by the ANC commissioner. I hold that the OANC should quickly engage in developing robust training offerings in person and hybrid and virtually to improve ANC's to operate knowledgeably and efficiently. This is particularly important to new ANC commissioners. The public health emergency, now in rearview mirror, should cease being a reason not to accommodate this important need. Respectfully, Commissioner Montague.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And finally, Commissioner Douglas, very good to have you with us.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I just want to wish everybody a happy new year. Everybody had basically said some of the concerns that I wanted to address, but I also want to say to Mr. Beck, I've been around since 1992 as ANC Commissioner, and I just wanted to say that on the, not only before Gatley Simon, but it was Mr. Sabin, Corporation Counsel, who all had a lot of our files that would answer a lot of our questions that we could go to. If we had any issues or concerns that need to be addressed, we could just go and pull up what it is, what it's right for us to do. The Home Rule Act and also the Sunshine Law express all that. And go back to Marion Barrett. Marion Barrett made sure that all the ANCs was recognized by the directors. That's what's missing. Well, I'm not being disrespectful to the mayor, but this is what we need her help and input to realize that the ANCs, how important we are, and we are elected officials just like the city council. So those are the things that need to be what you call not recycled. Again, it's already there. We just have to bring all that information beforehand. And going back to some of these agencies, it's so truly that they do ignore, especially DCRA. You'll get a closed open case, and next thing you know, the case is closed. No information saying who in the case, what it is in reference to. That needs to be also updated. Once again, back, I've said it so many times that the boundaries of the ANCs are an elected official. Another ANC commission should not go into another ANC commission boundaries to do something with a project that does not reference to them. So that's what the issue has always been. But we are allowing this to happen. And Godly Simon put out the documents, but they're saying that they can't do that. But when you ask for that information from the ANCO office, you can't even get the information. You have information that you want and need, we are not allowed to get. And I also go back to the handbook. We shouldn't have to be piecing a handbook together. A book should need to always be in place, a manual that we can follow and guideline us to guide us through a lot of things that need help with. Those are the things I share with you, I think, last year, the year before, and I'm coming back with the same information. Another question I think Mr. Montague brought up was very important. The tax ID, we should have a copy of that to buy our supplies. So when we need, as a single member district, to make sure that we be able to go out and buy that, that is used to be provided to us. We can't even get that. You ask for that. And it's not the problem that you are short of staff. As just as Mr. Gottlieb Simon said, well, whoever calls, he had to be the person to get the authorization, no matter how many staff he had in there. It filtered back down to him, and he would say what you can do and what you could not do, and that should have never happened. So I just wanted to say, I've been around since 1992, and I'm glad to serve and be a volunteer. But this is old school information that's already here that needs to be brought back to cycle again. And I want to thank all the other ANC commissioners that are here, and Mr. Chairman, our councilman at large, Mr. White. I think I brought that attention to you before Mr. Marion Barry passed, and another city council. We need to acknowledge those that information and look, because it's already in place. Because under the Corporation Council, If you need a letter or something that will guide us to tell us what is rightfully to be done, you can just go to the archives and pull it down, and it'll be right there for you to follow those rules and those guidelines that's already been already laid out for us. So I just want to make sure that we are being recognized and that somebody else is coming out of single member district dictating us and taking over development that causing conflict and issues, but causing our community and residents not being treated fairly or have the projects developed in a manner that should be done rightfully. Thank you so much, and I thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate everybody being on here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Douglas. I want to assure you that you are not testifying in vain. I am moving the Office of ANC aggressively forward because we do have a backlog of things that we're hearing year after year. And I think the Office of the ANC needs to be more proactive in addressing these. And I think they will be. I've actually started to see a shift already that I'm very happy about. I will also mention with respect to rules and regulations, I think you are right that there needs to be clarity for commissioners. One of my thoughts is that the Office of ANC at some point is going to need legal counsel because while the Office of the Attorney General is helpful in many ways, if there is an issue between a commission and an agency, the Office of the Attorney General must represent the agency. Right. And so there are many times when there's a conflict and our legal representatives, the Office of the Attorney General, cannot statutorily represent or really assist commissioners in the way they need. But this could also be a person who makes sure that the documents that you're talking about exist and are easily accessible so that there's clarity. And I expect us to get there relatively quickly. When we have a hearing in February on the future of the Office of ANC, one of the points of discussion I expect to have is the possibility of adding legal counsel to that office in the future. We are making the Office of ANC more fluid so that authorizations or information doesn't have to flow through one person. That creates a lot of problems. The office has already moved incredibly in a different direction. So I expect that you will start to see a very different operation from within the Office of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission, and that'll help you get more information.
I appreciate what you're saying, but I shouldn't have to be using my personal phone to take care of business. I'm paying for my phone. Nobody's paying for the service. And also they need to have some kinds of funds in there to take care. When I was on the State Board of Education, we had our own phone. You all have your own phone. So why can't we have our own phone, the government phone, to assist us in what we need to do to serve our community? So I think that's something too that needs to be added. And I know I'm just telling what it is. It's nothing new. All this.
Let me do this, and I see your hand, Commissioner Lucio. Our final public witness has joined us, so I want to allow him to join this panel, Chandra J. Rahman, and then I will jump back into questions, and I'll start with you, Commissioner Lucio. Does that work? Perfect. All right.
Well, please excuse me first, because I did have a conversation before you cut me off. So I don't mind excusing you to go to another. I'm not disrespecting him or saying him, but please let me finish my conversation. And no disrespect to him and you either, but I would appreciate that. So that's for you.
I didn't realize you weren't finished, Commissioner Douglas. I will come back to you, and then we will go to Commissioner Lucio. Absolutely. Mr. J. Rahman, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
And thanks for being here. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Okay. My name is Chandra J. Rahman. I served as ANC Commissioner of 6B08, also as Chair and Vice Chair of ANC 6B from 2012 to 2020. I appreciate the committee holding this regularly scheduled oversight hearing. And I want to speak a few words about the importance of the ANC and the opportunity that currently exists. More than 2 years ago, I started this group called the ANC Commissioner Caucus, where commissioners from all over the city were joining to talk about COVID-19. What I have found from those is, and it's relevant to this oversight, is that many commissioners share similar issues. And so I think my advice for the OANC in terms of looking forward is, how do we ensure that commissioners can help each other? Commissioners join or decide to become a commissioner, not because they have nothing better to do, but because they have a passion for something they want to do to help the community. And we, in the Office of the ANC, one of their primary responsibilities is to ensure that we don't lose that enthusiasm, lose that passion that commissioners come in with, but in fact, amplify those so they can best serve their community. Now, how can we do that? One of the primary things that I recall when I started was that I won the November election, and I said, oh my God, what do I do now? Well, there was nothing there until at least January the 2nd, which was when I was sworn in. I think there is an opportunity there to make sure, at least on a practical, actionable level, new commissioners have the tools that they need to at least get started. What are things that you need on a process level that you need to understand? So from the very first day that you become commissioner, that you know what's happening amongst your commission and what's happening in terms of the types of cases that are coming in before you within your SMD or within the ANC as a whole. And I think that's a critical thing that we need to address. And I want to address a couple of things going ahead, looking forward. I think the importance of hybrid meetings are something that we definitely need to tackle looking ahead into this next calendar year and potentially beyond that, because the technology has been utilized over the past year to conduct ANC meetings. I know from those calls that many commissioners said, hey, we've had 100 people, 120 people, 150 people attend our meetings, and we don't want to lose that. And in talking to residents, I find the same thing. They don't always have time to go in person to an ANC meeting, but they certainly want to know what's going on. And a platform such as Zoom or the platforms where they at least can listen in and jump in when they need to, allows them to be better connected to their communities, better connected to their neighborhoods, and hopefully get involved in helping the ANCs make the right decision that's right for their communities. And so those are my main points I want to address today, and I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you very much. So let me jump back into questions, and let me go back to Commissioner Douglas. We were talking, I think, about legal counsel and advice for commissions. I'm not sure that you were making more of a point on that or something else, but please continue.
Oh, yes, I was just saying that under the Corporation Council back in '92, he made documents available if there was something that a commissioner needed to reference to, was to do right, the letter to go to say far as the boundaries or what does a commissioner need to get information from the Department of DDOT or whatever it is, and what would be the requirement in law. You could go and pull that letter up and it'd be there. And if you have any legal problems in the city, you need an expert, we would need that services in place, because as you said earlier, that council attorney general takes care of the other matter and not our matter, and that is so true. And that's what I was referenced to.
I appreciate the historical perspective on that, Commissioner Douglas. Let's work together, if we haven't already, to ask the Office of the Attorney General for an opinion on this matter that you're speaking of, because this is something that they should be able to assist with, I believe. So let's work together on that, so if we can sort of finally get a resolution on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lucio, you were going to add to this conversation as well.
I will, thank you. And I wanted to also sort of jump back with some of the things that were mentioned in the prior conversation. And I'm also happy to answer any questions you have, council member, in regard to my testimony or anything else that's being discussed. But, there was a lot of conversation in the previous group about, and also was mentioned by Chander and Jeremiah, I believe as well, about the importance of technology and hybrid meetings and things like that. And one of the things I know you and I have talked a lot about is accessibilities. And one of the things that frustrated me to no end is that I had a lengthy conversation with Gottlieb Simon about this very issue and offered to do a presentation based on my own personal expertise, since this is my field. And it was really pretty much dismissed. and not considered really. I think there is a lot we can do with the Actos group that Chuck Elkins works with, and Randy Speck and I are all on, as well as Chander and Jeremiah. I had put together actually a draft of a document to share with ANC commissioners about how to make their meetings accessible. And really that hasn't been able to move forward with everything else that's been going on. But I do think it is critically important, especially as we go towards this model of continued virtual meetings, to make sure that commissioners are aware of their responsibility to make sure their meetings are accessible. And please no disrespect to the council, but even this meeting should have had the option to have captions on it, because it's a very easy thing to add. So I think, all council meetings should also have that as well, if we're really truly going to be supporting, involving, being inviting to all members of our community, including those who are deaf and hard of hearing and other people with disabilities. So that's the one of the points I wanted to make based on the conversation that we were talking about earlier. The other thing I wanted to mention is that in regard to some of the things in my testimony, is that, I think it is critically important that there be some shift in terms of how this office manages things versus how things had happened in the past. And I think that, we have a great opportunity now to work with the different agencies and offices within the District of Columbia to make sure we are building those relationships and those partnerships, and has already been mentioned, make sure that, those agencies are well aware of what our role is and how we can better work together to make things better for not only the city, but our constituents as well. So I think that's important. And finally, I just did want to mention that I just totally lost my train of thought. So
if you remember, just raise your hand and I'll make sure we get to it. And we are looking into the issue of captions now, so that we can try to rectify that as soon as possible. I appreciate you flagging that. And I will also speak to OANC when they testify today about this issue to make sure it is high on their radar, either sort of immediately or as soon as a permanent director comes in, which will be very shortly. So we haven't selected one yet, but the timeline for that is we're toward the end of the timeline. So I appreciate you flagging that. And I did very much process the rest of your testimony. There was a lot of overlap with yours and Commissioner Montague's testimony. Not surprising, because these are some of the things we've heard from commissioners about the supports you need in improving interactions with agencies to be able to get things done for your constituents, more sort of communication between commissioners, between commissions, ability to learn best practices, creating the liaison list, and really the OANC working hard to develop relationships with agencies. I hear you loud and clear, and as we have been talking to candidates for the permanent executive director position, these are some of the things that we have been talking to them about and examining sort of their skill sets and being able to get these things done. So the level of expectation for OANC going forward is significantly heightened. And I think that is to the benefit of our commissioners and to the benefit of this city. So I very, very much appreciate that feedback. I do also want to mention Commissioner Montague. You're right, printing is a need sort of across the city. We increased, as soon as I became chair with oversight over OANC, we increased the allotments for commissions, but then we went a step further because we don't want commissions to have to, particularly not long-term, use their funding for printing. It can get very expensive, more expensive for some commissions that represent constituencies that don't use email as much. And so we have to recognize this from an equity issue. So we have authorized printing as one of the authorized services in the technology support fund that we passed into law and funded. The OANC has prioritized a couple other things, and I don't want to sort of say that they have prioritized the wrong things. They've prioritized using this funding to push hybrid meetings forward. So they're working on that and moving forward with communications engagement software. But I believe we will be able to get increased funding into this fund, and that we should be able to get printing done. The problem was kind of getting OANC to move to start to use the fund. Now they are starting to use the fund, and I think we will see printing services get done soon, and we will discuss that with OANC on an ongoing basis. But I want to make sure we hear that. The issue of debit cards, yes, this is on my list of things that I want to authorize very soon. I keep hearing from commissioners about this. The Office of the CFO opposed this in the past. So I want to work through this issue with the CFO's office. I'm working through this issue with the CFO's office because I want to sort of iron out that wrinkle. But my hope and expectation is that we will be able to get this authorized. I'm sorry, credit cards, not debit cards, but credit cards. So we're doing that. And one of the things I read in the OANC's testimony that they're going to be presenting today is that they have just in the past 3 months under the interim executive director grant, they have done a number of trainings that they have made available online. We need to do many more. And to your point, in person and on demand and hybrid trainings as well. So very much want to make sure you know that we heard you on that. Commissioner Douglas, the issue of, sort of a sub issue, but like when you need a tax ID or anything else, we're going to make that easier, to that type of information easier to get from OANC. And I appreciate the feedback because we have to push OANC in the direction we need. Like, it can't say, these are the services we provide, deal with this. The OANC needs to say to commissioners, what more do you need from us? And let's work together to figure out how to get it done. Mr. J. Rahman highlighted a number of these issues in your testimony as well, sort of your belief in where the Office of ANC needs to move, including, I'm sure a lot of commissioners were happy to hear this from you as well, to accelerate hybrid meetings very much and getting commissioners the tools to get started. You all are experienced commissioners, Mr. Commissioner Montague. I remember when you just started, now you're a veteran, but you all know what it's like to be a new commissioner. You've been elected, you want to do a job, and now you're trying to figure out, how do I do this job? So do want to thank you all. So let me do this with a little bit of time left. Commissioner Lucio, let me go back to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure you mentioned the trainings that the Office of OANC is putting together, which I think is wonderful. I do hope that we make sure that, again, those have captioning and those are accessible as well. So I think that is critically important. The other thing I wanted to mention is Commissioner Speck had mentioned in the last session about the importance of an email list, and I think that is important. I think that's extremely important. The other one last thing I want to mention is that I think we have a great opportunity to ensure that we have access to all the information we need, including the ever-changing list of points of contact throughout the district. And I think we could easily do that through a Dropbox account for all of the ANC commissioners, or we can store that information and update it regularly so it's in an electronic format, so we're not working with outdated information. And having the access to that would be extremely helpful to all of the commissioners.
I appreciate that. I think there are some simple fixes, whether it's Dropbox, Google Doc, whatever it is. Like, let's easy enough problem to solve. We just need to be focused on solving it. So I will do my best. I'm doing my best to be a partner in this and moving things forward. Certainly, you all do let me know when you think we are falling short as a committee, and we try to keep pushing the Office of the ANC. So let me say thank you all for that. We have been joined by our final panelist, Ms. Crawford. So let me offer you an opportunity to present your testimony.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
I'm doing well. Welcome and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, and thank you for hosting this very important oversight hearing. I know there are a lot of them happening right now, so give me a moment while I shift gears just a little bit here. Uh, I was able to chime in to listen to some of the commissioners' responses, and I'll just go ahead and just start by introducing myself for the record. When I say greetings and good afternoon to everyone, my name is Sharice Crawford, and I am a third generation Native Washingtonian and a proud granddaughter of Eula Crawford of the historic Langston Terrace in Ward 5, and the niece of a businessman of Ward 4. My uncle ran a printing shop there, and it was actually 10 years ago this year that I wrote my name on the ballot to become an ANC. And so that means that democracy and access to the ballot isn't reserved for the elite, but that it belongs to all of us. And that is exciting for those who are watching, but also I hope it's refreshing for the commissioners to know that this is not about being entrenched in the political process, because if I can go from writing my name on the ballot 10 years ago to being positioned now to run an at-large race, I believe that everyone has an opportunity to access democracy. And so I've had an opportunity to speak with ANCs in all 8 wards. I made it a priority for me to call every single one of them, because I believe that great weight is still necessary. And as a former ANC, I received the first line calls. I received the emergencies. I'm still getting calls about neighbors with bullet holes in their front window, coming through their children's window. It's quite a challenge that ANCs are facing. From all of our commissioners, I've heard the issues with oversight on agencies like DDOT, which I'm actually scheduled to be testifying at that hearing as well, followed by the Judiciary Committee in just a short moment. So oversight and the support that ANCs need is so critical in creating that camaraderie and creating, allergies, and creating the resources and ensuring that our ANCs have the resources that they need, and that the great weight is not just a rubber stamp. That is one of the greatest challenges that I've seen. And to me, I think it's disrespectful for people that have volunteered their time, that should be receiving compensation, for those who are really showing up to do this job well. They are really overseeing the number of agencies that are requiring direct responses to. And so I want to say in the upcoming budget, council member, I think you have authority to look at and explore where we can find the dollars to actually fund our ANCs, to actually provide a sense of a stipend so that we can help them pay a bill. We can help them while they're out in the streets risking their lives, trying to provide transportation safety. One of the things I think that we should also include in that is some sort of safety gear. I know a lot of neighbors say that, I'd get out there and help with traffic if I had the right equipment. So there are little things that I think we can do to enhance the overall oversight for all the ANCs, but also the quality of life. I think having people to volunteer at this capacity does require a lot more support from our end. And so I look forward to stepping in and supporting you, council member, in this capacity, and really diving in deeply to look at what can we contribute, how do we make a bigger impact, and how do we provide greater support and greater weight for our ANCs. And so that's my testimony, short and sweet. I know there are several other issues that I'd like to get into and cover, but I'm just very proud of the work that I'm hearing from our commissioners from all 4 corners of our city, and happy to be an ally in bridging the much needed gaps from Ward 8, where I am, to Ward 4, where you are. And so I'll stick around for any questions. I have about 15 more minutes before transitioning, and happy to contribute.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crawford. We had just wrapped up questions for this final panel, so I was glad that you joined us before we moved on to our agency witnesses, so that we could hear from you as well. I agree with you. One of the things we have been working on for 3 years now is getting more financial resources, more sort of person power resources and expanding authorizations as needed in the law to meet the increasing needs of commissioners across the city. Mr. J. Rahman, did you want to add something?
Yeah, it occurred to me when we're talking about stipends or some sort of pay for commissioners, that there's always been a concern that, it's always been a volunteer role. Somebody has to want to do this, and that there's been some discussion amongst the council that if you put money forward, that people are going to do it for the money. Well, that doesn't need to be the case, and perhaps there's a creative way of doing it. That if you are not just a first-term commission, but if you're a second or third-term commissioner, whereby you are committed to serving for 2, 4, 6 years, or you've shown you've already committed to your community for 4 years, at that point, then maybe that's worthwhile. Now, I do think that when people sign on, they sign on to a thankless job, and former commissioners will tell you it is a thankless job. Now, I don't ever ask anyone to go direct traffic, but I think there's a lot of things we do in the community where people want to know what's happening. They see a building go up, something's being torn down. What is happening? I think they want to know what the status is. And going back to the previous one, how do we best communicate with individuals what's happening in our SMD? That all falls on the single member district commissioners. But as you know, most of them work full time. So there's very little time about how to communicate that with particularly the populations that don't have technology. Now, Commissioner Chang and I have been discussing a little bit about some strategies, some innovative ideas for how do we do both put some information on social media, but then also in a physical box of someplace, some fixed locations around us and ANC, or at least one in single member district, so that hard copies are there so the residents can just pick one up and know what's going on.
I appreciate it. All right, final word on this panel, Ms. Crawford, and then we will move to our agency witnesses.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I think the final thought that I have on that regarding communication, Mr. Commissioner Chander, is absolutely correct. I think let's look at the crisis we just had with the snow emergency. I was unable to make a call, send a tweet, make a text, unable to get any communication out because our systems and towers were down. At minimum, stronger communication looks like access to walkie-talkies, access to being able to be on a radio line to say, hey, I'm radioing in about an emergency that's happening right now that we need a response to. We were out we had 3 cars stuck on a main road, and the EMS rode by, and I was able to flag them down, and they said that they don't have radio access to get to other agencies to get the support that's needed. So any emergency could be happening, and there is not the widespread technology that we actually have access to now that we can really implement. And I think it's going to enhance levels of communication regardless of what part of the city that you're in, regardless if our towers are down, regardless if signals are down, or if you're able to get on to a social site, which we often rely on to get messages out to our agencies. And typically we're getting quick responses on, I'll say Twitter, for example. So enhancing the communication, Commissioner Chander, in addition to looking at what our budget resources are for stipend opportunities, I think it's a great way to go into the new fiscal year, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate it. Well, Commissioner Lucio, Commissioner Montague, Commissioner Douglas, Mr. J. Rahman, Ms. Crawford, thank you all very much for your testimonies today. I appreciate you being a part of this discussion. With that, we're going to move to our government witnesses. Yes, Commissioner. Okay. All right, so first we're going to welcome the Secretary of the District of Columbia, Kimberly Bassett, to testify on behalf of the Emancipation Commemoration Commission. And I will give Secretary Bassett a moment to get teed up. Secretary Bassett, how are you today?
Hi, how are you, council member?
Doing
Happy
well.
New Year.
Happy New Year. Very good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Well, welcome, welcome.
It's exciting.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. As you know, it is the practice of this committee to put all of our government witnesses under oath. So I will ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Procurement is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Wonderful. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Okay. Please forgive me. Good afternoon, Chairman White, members of the committee, staff, and guests. My name is Kimberly Bassett, and I am the Secretary of State for the District of Columbia. As the Secretary of State for the District of Columbia, I also serve as the chairperson for the Emancipation Commemoration Commission, and I'm pleased to be here today to discuss the Emancipation Commemorations Commissions and our performance in FY 21-22. The District of Columbia Emancipation Commemoration Commission advises the mayor on programs, projects, activities, and forms to celebrate the public holiday commemorating April 16, 1862, the passage of the DC Compensated Emancipation Act, which freed slaves in the District of Columbia. Mayor's Order 216-061, which supersedes previous mayor's orders, reestablished the District of Columbia's Emancipation Commemoration Commission, this ECC, which consists of maximum of 10 members who must represent the district or have some resident business, education, social, cultural nexus to the district. The mayor also appoints representatives from the district government as ex officio members of the commission. The most recent mayor's order 2021-048 appointed 5 public members to the commission to serve 2-year terms. The current public members are Frank Smith, Helga Basket Trippett, Howard Marks, Mary Ivy, Cassandra Witt. Each year, in collaboration with the Executive Office of the Mayor, the Office of the Secretary, and the Commission, we plan and organize annual Emancipation Day democracy breakfast, a parade, concert, and lecture series, all of which takes place in communities throughout the city, in DC public schools, libraries, and the Civil War Memorial. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, it's become necessary for the commission to find alternative ways to celebrate utilizing virtual platforms. At the onset of the public health emergency in 2020, the commission made a tough decision to cancel our 2020 events. But in 2021, after adjusting to the new normal, the commission returned to a pre-COVID Emancipation Day celebration levels, using virtual platforms to organize numerous events celebrating the April 16th public holiday. And a major highlight of 2021 celebrations was the commission produced a 1-hour documentary, Becoming Douglas Commonwealth, from DC to disenfranchisement to full democracy, which chronicled the district's long and complicated journey towards becoming the 51st state. Douglas Commonwealth, the documentary, which aired on USA 9 during prime time and DCN, featured a who's who of prominent DC leaders, public figures who have worked to support the district on its journey towards full voting rights and full representation for its residents. Events organized to celebrate Emancipation Day featured prominent speakers, historians, artists, and educators, highlighted a rich and diverse history of the District of Columbia, and built awareness about the meaning and the importance of Emancipation Day. On January 27, 2022, the Commission will host its first meeting of the year to discuss plan for this year's Emancipation Day celebration, which will focus on educating DC residents about the history of Emancipation Day, voting rights, the right for statehood, in an effort to promote DC pride and build awareness about the meaning of April 16th public holiday and the legacy of our fight for freedom. In closing, I'd like to thank you, Chairman White, for your leadership and your support. We appreciate the opportunity to share the Commission's accomplishments and plans for continuous improvement and look forward to an ongoing collaboration with this committee. And this concludes my testimony, and I look forward to addressing any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. I do want to, before I start with questions, I do want to thank the Commission for how you have made the best of programming during the pandemic, notably, as you mentioned, the Becoming Douglas Commonwealth from DC Disenfranchisement to Full Democracy documentary. Really want to thank you and others for your commitment to educating district residents despite the challenges of not being able to do this in person. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
So you had mentioned in your testimony that Mayor's Order 2016-61 appoints a maximum of 10 members to the commission. And then you listed the members of the commission. I'm trying to remember how many there were. Let me go back. I think 5.
Well,
okay. Yeah.
Those were the ones that were just added, council member.
Okay,
We have
there we are.
Additional ones.
I see. Okay, so there are how many are total now?
9 total.
9. Okay. All right. I see. Okay. Could you send us a list of all the members, just so I can be straight on who they are and when the terms expire?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Perfect. Yes, because I thought some of the terms ended October 1st of 2020, and I don't know if those folks are in sort of like a holdover status or did you?
Those were the ones that you saw that were reinstated.
I see. Okay.
All but one were former commissioners.
I see. I see. Okay. Thank you for that clarity. Thank you. According to the notice of public meetings published in the District of Columbia Register, the commission was set to hold a public meeting on January 13th of this year. And my understanding is that meeting didn't happen, but I don't think the public was notified of the cancellation. And I was also notified that the meeting was not posted on the DC Emancipation Day website or on the Open Meetings website. So how do you normally communicate sort of meetings and meeting cancellations?
So I apologize for that. We were just in the process of putting everything on the website and going through the process, and we had a little hiccup and we were unable to post it. And then things happened with the pandemic. We had some other issues that came up and we weren't able to meet. We didn't get enough RSVPs for a quorum, but my commission was aware and we did inform them, but I do apologize, but we did correct it. And we have all of that up on the system now for our next meeting, which is on the 27th.
Wonderful.
So I apologize for that.
I appreciate it. So for members of the public, these are public meetings, is that right?
Yes, they're public meetings. Our agendas are on our website at os.dc.gov. Perfect.
And so you notify the public both through the website generally and through the DC Register?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And all the upcoming Emancipation Day events will be listed on the DC Emancipation Day website. Is that right?
Exactly. And we also included them in our questions so that you can see the dates. From January 27th, we'll have 2 every month up until Emancipation Day.
Okay, wonderful. Does the commission have a relationship with the District of Columbia Archives or the National Archives? I'm trying to get a sense of what sources you use to get information for your educational efforts.
Well, it's very exciting. I am very proud of our archives, our DC archives. They drive this whole programming that we do. So we work with a different community organizations, professors. I think this year we had our Commissioner Frank Smith to do something. We had Professor Herbert Smith who did something on jazz and the struggle for freedom. It was amazing. We had HCR Gibbs. We also had an event with the Shadow Senators, Paul Strauss, plus Charles Moreland, a former, the first Shadow Senator. We had Sharon Platt Kelly. We also had our young star, Jamal Holtz, to participate, as well as Bo Chef from one of our DC voting rights organizations. And so we did programming with, the Westminster Presbyterian. We did programming with the DC History Commission, the DC History Center, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So we did a very good job of reaching out to our community leaders, especially the ones who really, really have focused on voting rights. And we also had, some of the best historians in the city to do panels, which was really successful. Our last meeting that we had, I was embarrassed because we had nothing, but it was because of this pandemic, but we were sure that we were going to make you proud and that we were going to have lots of programming. And we had a lot of participants, council member. Some of them had almost 100 participants on the call from all over the city, all 8 wards. So I was very proud of that.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that we do have some pretty phenomenal resources with respect to the history of Washington, D.C., emancipation, voting rights. And so I'm very glad to hear that you're pulling on those resources. The commission, I believe, only met once last year, and it was in that meeting, I think it was just to inform the commissioners about what you had already planned to do in 2021. I'm very happy to see that the commission plans to meet 6 times this year, which is a good improvement over last year. But I guess I would love to know what do you expect to get out of those meetings, and is there an opportunity to sort of engage the commissioners more in what they think we should do or do differently?
So, council member, I also want you to know that we talk to our commissioners on a regular basis.
Okay.
We don't meet as a group quite often last year, but we consulted with them. We kept them abreast constantly about our panels. They all participated. We had probably about 80% participation on every single call. We even did a call that the mayor's Office of Community Affairs, they did a programming and our commissioners participated in that. So yes, we didn't meet but one time last year as a group, but we have some commissioners, Frank Smith, Howard Marks, Ayanna, Rocket. I mean, there's quite a few commissioners that are very, very active. And so we talk to them on a regular basis. But this year, we wanted to meet more. We feel like we were in a posture to meet more this time versus last year. We have more commissioners who are really interested. And so we think in this time, because we have so much content, we want to spice it up, do other things, include other people. Becoming Douglas Commonwealth was also something that commissioners gave feedback and also participated, helped us to identify speakers for that video. And that was very helpful as well.
I appreciate that. Well, I'm glad to know that there's ongoing communications with the commissioners. I will say channeling just one of the testimonies we heard earlier, not about your commission, but the DC Open Government Coalition might say, we need to make sure there are many public meetings. There certainly is, need often to engage with commissioners, outside of the meetings, but we do want to be conscious of the need to have public meetings. And it seems like you're intent on doing that this year.
Absolutely.
Well.
Absolutely. We also, our commissioners participate in the Frederick Douglass Bridge opening. That was really exciting for us as a commission. That was a way that we could get together in this pandemic. They also participate in the Martin Luther King breakfast every year. They're always on that UPO breakfast call. We used to invite them to the actual event, but they were very active. We had quite a few that walked with you in the Peace March this weekend. We did a community service event and they were there as well. So our commissioners they're very active.
Wonderful, wonderful. They are good panel of commissioners. What feedback have you heard from commissioners about what they want to see this year?
Well, I haven't had that discussion. That's what we'll open up in January. But I do think that they like the road that we've taken, the fact that we're incorporating arts and culture. I think this year we'll have a little bit more of that. And also we're gonna engage our partners more. DC History Center is very active. The DC Library has a lot of amazing programming. We are gonna be working with them to do some programming as well. So I'm excited about bringing in new partners and making sure that our commissioners are a part of that.
That's wonderful. Do you, certainly for obvious reasons, all the events of 2021 were held virtually due to COVID-19. Did you have any thoughts at this point, and changes day to day, but do you have any thoughts or expectations at this point about whether any of the 2022 events will be in person or hybrid?
We haven't had that conversation yet, but I do know that we're ready one way or the other. I think our programming will be a lot more robust. We have ideas like we want to, jazz. We want to have like a jazz band to perform it, to perform when we have our panel discussion on jazz and the movement. We have a lot of ideas. We want to have our Civil War reenactment. We have quite a few of African-American Civil War residents that participate in that. We also do the naming at the Civil War Memorial. We want to we also want to highlight that more and get people more involved in that. It's already has a great crowd, but those are some of the things that we want to do. And also the DC Democracy Breakfast. That was something that was really amazing. And we had great participation there, but with this pandemic, we're not sure, but we haven't had these conversations. We're relying on the science and we're trying to, figure out what posture we'll be in, but we're ready,
Wonderful,
we're ready.
wonderful. I think you had 10 events the commission last year. Is that right?
We did, yes.
Do you track the attendance to sort of see what's, connecting with people and what's not for sort of future years planning?
Well, we have not connected the numbers. Like we can't tell you, well, there's 75 people here, 10 people here. But what we have done is we've watched, the timing, like the days of the event, what kind of attracts people. We were really shocked about the jazz and the movement. We thought that was going to be one that we weren't going to get a lot of participation. And I think that was one of our biggest events. So it's just very hard to tell. Also, you know, C.R. Gibbs attracts quite a few people. And also Frank Smith, he attracts quite a few people as well. So we basically did that. I think personally we'll probably bring back all of it, but we're going to try to extend it and have like more than just a week and try to do something, you know, the week of April, and try to incorporate some more, because we had professors that wanted to participate that we had to tell them that they would have to wait for next year. Some people were fighting to get on the panels, and where we were like, we're very sorry, we only have this many. So for me, that's good energy. That's the energy I like. That's the energy I think. And I also think, you know, just really educating our residents is so important. A lot of people learned a lot about voting rights last year. They learned a lot about Emancipation Day last year. That the Becoming Frederick Douglass Commonwealth, that video was just really, really inspiring. We had everyone, we had just all kinds of like scholars who gave just such great and amazing feedback, from the police chief to Anish Jenkins, who's like a, you know, with Free DC. We had Eric Holder. So we had, you know, just the theologian. I mean, I cannot talk to them, but yes, we had quite a bit of really important people.
That's great. And so why are you not able to track the number of people? Usually, like with online events, it seems like it's easier to track attendance.
So we recorded all of those, every single one.
Okay.
And I just don't have those numbers in front of me.
Okay.
And I'm sorry about that, but
no
we did
problem.
record them.
Okay. Yeah, we don't need them. Yeah, I was just wondering if you sort of track what, you know, what attracts people and what doesn't, so that each year we're getting better. But it's exciting to hear that there's it seems a lot of ideas, a lot of sort of competition to be part of it. That's what we want to see. Are there any lessons learned from last year's events that will sort of influence what you do or how you do it this year?
I think the lessons learned, the thing that really resonated with me was something that we talked about in our last hearing, just about the importance of statehood and for people to connect what DC statehood and Emancipation Day, you know, what's the connection?
Yeah.
And like, you know, the connection of freedom and justice. And I think that the lesson learned was that I think we have to do more of that.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to make sure that we're constantly making sure that people make the connection about freedom, the history of freedom, where DC has come from, you know, 1862 to the present, and how them being actively involved, and how people throughout history have made such an impact. And knowing those stories, I think that we just have to keep that going. We have to continue to push that and continue to make that connection with residents. As you said, we have residents moving in, and a lot of them aren't really educated about what Emancipation Day is. What does it mean? It's not a party for us in the Office of the Secretary. It's something that we really take very seriously. And I've been really proud of, you know, the Office of Public Records on my team and the archives team, just for really digging in and finding these scholars and helping us to make that connection. So I think the lesson learned is that we just have to push more and more.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I like that. We did talk about that at length last year, just making sure that we focus, don't lose focus on emancipation, you know, on Emancipation Day. And I appreciate the work that you and your team have done there. I really do. When does the commission anticipate having a detailed action plan outlined for this year's activity?
Probably in the middle of February. We're working on it now as we've also been inspired to do something for Black History Week as month as well. So we have decided, along with the mayor's office, to start to focus on programming around that as well. So our commissioners, as well as our commissioners on the Martin Luther King Commission, which is also under my purview, we are going to try to extend our programming. But I think as in the middle of February, we can give you a definite schedule of what we plan to do. I'm not sure about the democracy breakfast and the other events that they do, but I can say that in our office, I can commit to that, sir.
Wonderful. Well, I really appreciate that. And I do think it is not just appropriate, but beneficial to the district that you all are looking at doing additional events during Black History Month, just given the importance. DC is unique in the entire nation and having its own Emancipation Day, something that so many people inside and outside of DC don't realize. And there's so much history to pull on. And then, more broadly, sort of in the fight for more racial justice, we have a lot of champions and pioneers, past and present, in the District of Columbia that we can highlight. And it sounds like you all are working hard to highlight those people and events.
And I kid with lots of my friends from Texas that we inspired the Juneteenth holiday, that DC inspired that. So
that's right.
We're taking credit for that.
As we should. Well, Secretary Bassett, I want to thank you very much for being with us today. I want to thank you for the work that you and the commission are doing on the Emancipation Day and related celebrations. And certainly, as we can be a resource, please do call on us. And certainly, as we hear feedback or what have you from the community, we will certainly share that with you.
I wanted to thank you as well as your team. I mean, Sean and Mia, we definitely have been in communication, and we do hear you, council member, and I hope that you are pleased. Who knows what's going to happen for this year, 2022. So thank you for your inspiration, and thank you for making sure that this stays on the radar, and it's very important.
I appreciate it. Truly appreciate your work and seeing continued progress in the commission. So thank you all.
Right. Thank you.
We will move to our second government witness. I want to again thank Secretary Bassett for being with us. Now we will welcome Chair L. Jackson with the Commission on Fashion, Arts, and Events. Commissioner,
Hello.
How are you doing today?
How are you? Happy 2022. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Happy 2022. Good to see you and appreciate you being with us today. It is the practice of this committee to put all of our government witnesses under oath. So I would ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Well, again, welcome, and you can provide your testimony when you're ready.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Elle Jackson, your chairwoman of the Mayor's Commission on Fashion, Arts, and Events. I am honored to testify today on behalf of my fellow commissioners and our fashion and beauty community here in the District of Columbia. The Commission on Fashion, Arts, and Events is organized for the purpose of promoting the fashion and beauty industry as a viable economic resource in the nation's capital. According to coronavirus.dc.gov, the December 31st coronavirus data showed 103,000 total positive cases in the District of Columbia since the start of this COVID-19 data collection in 2020, and inclusive of 2021 cases. I believe that we have all been impacted in some form by the 1,263 lives that we have lost to this virus in the district. Without a doubt, the pandemic and its reverberating effects have captivated our local government initiatives and our modes of engaging one another for the purposes of fulfilling our missions as boards and commissions. Yet I believe that we have all reserved a small space for hope and the pursuit of creativity, even in the face of what feels like weekly grim reports and collective angst. In 2021, retail trade applications grew by 74% compared to pre-pandemic numbers. It is important to note that this percentage is void of accommodation and food service sector businesses, which the district tends to organize as one retail economic segment in most reporting. The retailing of wearables continues to experience growth substantiated without this sort of combined subsector reporting. Overall, the value of the beauty industry accelerated from $483 billion in 2020 to $511 billion in 2021. Big box retailers have never been more eager to embrace small batch beauty and personal care brands like those created by our DC-based makers. Overall, the fashion industry reached a global market value of $759 billion in 2021. Fashion is predicted to experience a 7% growth rate annually over the next 5 years, resulting in a singular industry value of $1 trillion. So then we pose this question: how can our local government, parent agency, and partners ensure that we are not only participating in the stabilization of these thriving industries in our district, but that we are spearheading their development and the development of accessible opportunities for homegrown talent? This fiscal year, the Commission on Fashion Arts and Events received a substantial number of requests for local fashion and beauty specific grant funding, data and trade analytics, e-commerce startup resources, and access to brand boosting marketing resources. The CFAE responded through earnest efforts like the amplification of grant funding encompassing some portion of our constituents' needs and underwritten by local government partners like the DC Leaf Grant opportunity or the Robust Retail Grant. In addition, we responded to the Council's inquiry on commissioner representation from each of the 8 wards by being intentional in our responsiveness to recommendations and inquiries from all wards, but with a focus on underrepresented wards. Art Bay 2020 Mayor's Arts Awards category winner produced a virtual runway fashion series featuring DC designers, DC-based models, and customers of these local fashion designers and retailers alongside Divas with Disabilities participants as models. As an additional example, the CFAE offered support by way of social media branding, serving as a conduit to local fashion brands, and participating in the memorialization of this event series. As a final example, during this period of continued social distance, the Commission responded to the call of the fashion and beauty community by unapologetically continuing our pursuit of opportunities to fulfill our mission and develop a cohort of agency partner stakeholders who are decided regarding the approaching tipping point of the District of Columbia's fashion and beauty future. We either empower homegrown makers and small businesses in this dynamic economic segment through the makerspace and other opportunities to accelerate profitability, sustainability, and ethical practices, and educational resources in support of innovative services in fashion or beauty. Or we look on as external national brands dominate the market, potentially limiting the lifespan of our small businesses. This is not adversely prophetic, but rather a revived call to action. Last year in our oversight testimony, the Commission on Fashion Arts and Events stated that each commissioner on this commission has stake in the success of the small businesses, educators and institutions, studios and showrooms, makers and entrepreneurs, and the next generation of fashion and beauty leaders here in DC. We hold firm to that statement, that the Mayor's Commission on Fashion Arts and Events will position Washington, DC as an emerging, then thriving market for the fashion and beauty industry through effective stakeholder engagement, strengthened partnerships, and growing economic vitality. We thank Mayor Muriel Bowser, Deputy Mayor John Falchicchio, the council, the leadership at the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, and our partners for posturing this commission to lead DC in moving fashion forward. Thank you. This concludes my testimony, and I look forward to addressing any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for the work that you and the commission are doing. So last fiscal year, a concern of the committee was that CFAE's ability to get everybody to sort of stay engaged and do the work of the commission. And we're really happy to see that the commission now meets continuously, has capitalized on using virtual platforms, and notably, as you mentioned in your testimony, has hosted a virtual fashion show highlighting local designers and boutique owners. So, this is the innovation that speaks to the fashion and beauty industry in the district. And I really am glad to see that work in progress over the past year, even though it's been a difficult year for many. Although it seems from your testimony that there are some bright spots sort of economically, as long as we are seizing on those, and helping and promoting our local folks. So let me ask, what do you attribute the commission's significant increase in initiatives over the last year to? What happened over the past year that got folks really moving again?
I think, honestly, what really helped and boosted that change that you're seeing is just a shift in how we prioritize our mission against how we prioritize just the humanity of what we're all experiencing and what our constituents are experiencing. Our industries were some of the hardest hit. And I think when we kind of took down our wall that is rightfully in place, as we're having public meetings and we're conducting government business, but when we kind of removed that and just checked in with one another and really shared the information that we were collecting through text messages and calls and emails and one-on-one conversations that we were having with our constituents that were very candid and very honest, and we allowed ourselves to have that with each other, we kind of found common ground in the fact that, while we have this mission and we have this really important list of tasks that we need to make sure we fulfill, we also can't lose sight of the fact that we are all humans and we are representing and speaking for and supporting humans, and we're also trying to balance a really tough time. So I think that was a morale booster. And I think that it just allowed us to get a little bit more creative also in the ways that we reached our community and to be very honest about the missed opportunities.
Yeah. Okay. I love communication and candor go a long way. I'm really glad to hear that. Is there a particular event last year that you believe was maybe more successful than others, or most successful in taking advantage of of a virtual platform?
I would say probably the event done by Art Bay. And I think it's because they were a great example of just tapping into all of your local resources. They have an amazing team, just built of fellow creatives that are pretty unstoppable. And they definitely rolled with the punches in scheduling designers that then had conflicts, designers who were relocating just because that was just the nature of the year. And also with models that, were going to be a part and then somehow weren't able to day of. So I think it was a great example to us. The fashion and beauty industries are, I hate using the term cutthroat, but we all acknowledge exactly what the culture is like, though we are hoping to see more of a shift through conversations on sustainability and ethics. But again, this was just a great example of that humanity piece that we're talking about. And again, being flexible and agile with the changes, but tapping into this robust group of local masterminds and makers and creatives that we have here in DC.
Okay. And so, you mentioned toward the end of your testimony, sort of, challenging the city to make sure it is representing well and representing better our local talent. To this point, there are no voting members of the commission from wards 3, 4, 6, and 7. So can you talk about how the commission ensures that you're getting input from a diverse cross-section of the local fashion and beauty businesses and creatives?
So we definitely tap our personal communities in that way to get more feedback. We have also conducted surveys, and we've had links in our bios on social media, and also emailed that out either through newsletters or just sending out an email to our listserv to let them know that we have a live survey. And in this area, we also need council's help. This year, we did have some candidates that we lost due to the time frame that it takes to, in a sense, onboard new commissioner candidates into being appointed into their role. So we just had to really, again, rely on our own communities and rely on any sort of data that we can collect at a distance through using surveys.
Yeah. Okay. We'll certainly do be in touch with us as the council can be helpful. Please do let us know. The DC code indicates that there should be 15 members of the commission, and I think that there are some vacancies currently. Do you know how many vacancies there are now?
We have 3 currently.
Okay. 3 vacancies. Okay. And have you had challenges getting other than the challenge you mentioned, sort of the timing to on board commissioners? Have there been other challenges to getting a full sort of panel of commissioners?
That has been our main challenge, in just understanding exactly what the process looks like and how we can help support moving candidates through it.
Okay. Do you know what the sort of what part of the process is taking up the time?
I believe it is their ability to testify before council.
Okay.
And then after that testimony is received, then the next steps in just confirming them.
Okay. Well, let me look into that, because our committee, we tend to hold nomination hearings as quickly as possible, certainly before the nominations expire. So let me figure out what's going on there, so that if there is anything we can do from the council side, we will do it.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Very happy to see a substantial increase in the members attending meetings. I do note, though, that out of the last 10 meetings, only 3 had a quorum. Is there anything we can do to help ensure commissioners are attending meetings?
I believe it really just goes back to, again, filling any of those vacancies. And I think you'll see a change as we, I want to say, turn the corner on the pandemic, because we have had commissioners affected just by this health emergency. So that's played a part in what you're seeing with attendance. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to get some notes on what was happening with confirmations. That there have been some issues with confirmations that were not the committee's issues, and so we try to work those through with the executive, before they cause sort of issues. But we work closely with the executive on their nominees, and we'll continue to do that. But again, anything we can do to sort of iron out those processes, we absolutely will. I do remember now some of the issues with nominees, and these are fixable issues. So hopefully something that will not continue.
Great, thank you.
The commission developed a detailed 16-page coursework guide for young adults seeking internships, apprenticeships, and skills training in the fashion and beauty industry. What prompted the commission to create this guide?
We really thought about our experiences. We thought about this never-ending narrative that you should get a real job, that somehow fashion and beauty are not real jobs. I think we were further inspired by the event that we hosted on Howard's campus with Tamika White when we talked about the book that she had written about the many different career tracks in fashion and beauty. So we wanted to bring our experiences and that inspiration into a centralized catalog that students can access, whether they wanted to just access it digitally, which is what we have offered right now, but also hopefully before the end of this year or next year when we have it in print. This is the sort of thing that many of us could have used when we were trying to sell our parents on the schools that we wanted to go to or the types of programs that we wanted to enroll in, clearly seeing our future in fashion or beauty, but facing challenges in getting our parents and other loved ones to understand that it's viable and it's safe and it's a real career track.
Okay, I like that. Will you be able to get the coursework guide printed and into DC public schools and charter schools?
That is the goal. And I do think we have found our way into a budget partnership that will allow for the print, but for now it is published to our website.
Okay.
We're very excited about that.
Perfect. Last year, I did very much enjoy hearing about the Commission's plan to revive the Makerspace initiative, which fulfills the mission to establish a space for DC's own fashion and beauty creators and retailers to, exist and thrive as a retail corridor and, exclusive operating space. Can you talk about the Commission's progress in getting this initiative to completion?
So as mentioned in my testimony, we have been unapologetically in pursuit of partnerships and knocking on those doors and making it into those rooms to have conversations about how to get the funding, how to get this project underwritten. So we continue that this year.
Okay. And I think I want to make sure I'm right from your responses to the pre-hearing questions. You submitted your annual report for fiscal year 21 yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And the Commission listed with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic, the priority to continue to enhance DC recovery efforts by pinpointing fashion and beauty business needs. What are some of the needs of the fashion and beauty community here that have arisen because of the COVID-19 pandemic?
So we talked about, and I actually shared, I think at the beginning of COVID, when there was a committee gathered to talk about ways to support small businesses. Interestingly enough, this might circle back as a need now. We talked about ways to inspire customer confidence with visiting physical locations of small businesses. So we talked about there being some sort of decal that shows that this is a location that is safe and sanitized, or maybe one where employees are tested regularly or they're vaccinated or whatever it may be. We also have definitely been pushing for there to be funding that is earmarked specifically for the needs of fashion and beauty businesses, as they differ greatly from general retail, entertainment, and other sorts of businesses here. And we also wanted to make sure that we were a part of conversations on different forms of training and secondary education. So that students that are now learning virtually, or students whose programs ended because they were learning at, let's say, barbershops or hair schools, so that when the year ends, or now 2 years end, they still have the opportunities to matriculate through the next program.
Okay. And I mean, it's interesting that in your testimony, you noted really an expansion of opportunities in I don't remember which part of the industry, retail, clothing. There was some stats you gave that that I found impressive. Now, let me pull that part of your testimony up and then come back to that.
Sure.
Yeah. So while I look for that, the commission should have, I think, 7 DC government representatives who participate as non-voting members. What does participation of the ex officio members look like?
So that is certainly a challenge. We do have an ex officio member that also serves as secretary, and she is always present. But we are recently assigned our new lead and partner on talent and or through MOTA rather. So we want to meet with her and give her an opportunity to kind of pick up where the last lead left off, in making sure that our ex officios are actually assigned and get started in working with us.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's something that unfortunately is common across commissions, sort of getting the ex officio members engaged. You know, for some commissions, they say, you know, it doesn't matter much, you know, but for some commissions it does. So to the extent it matters for your commission, and you need the assistance of the committee, let us know. We'll try to be of assistance there.
It's critical to us, so we'll definitely be in touch on that.
Okay, please do.
Yeah.
Please do. So you in your testimony, you mentioned the retailing of wearables continues to experience growth, substantiated without this sort of combined subsector reporting. Overall, the value of the beauty industry accelerated from $483 billion in 2020 to $511 billion in 2021. Is this like translating into success for any local industries?
I would venture to say that it has, particularly those who are in their second act. So they have retired from one role and were thinking of stepping into some sort of creative role in fashion or beauty. Also those who were small batch makers of self-care products, really finding that this is the time that, you know, we were all looking for that sort of product. We were interested in trying things. And it was really all we could do to sustain in many ways while we were at home and apart from one another. And so, as I think I shared either prior to that or below that in my testimony, with that prime opportunity for big box retailers to pay attention to that trend and buy in. So we would definitely be remiss if we didn't support at this time when we're seeing this, you know, kind of global trend. And it's an emerging and lasting one.
Yeah, I agree. So the committee is really interested in your work toward developing a fashion and beauty economic impact report. Can you talk about sort of what kind of work is going into this report?
So this is something that is front of mind for us in 2022, and another one of those conversations that we were very unapologetic about. This will take actual external partnership with an organization that collects data and analytics. We will need that to be our starting point. From there, we can do a little bit more of our own grassroots outreach and talk to some of the constituents that have served alongside us for many years, that are always ready and willing to tell us about new businesses that have opened, the ones that have closed and why, who's relocated, who's thinking about coming here, who's moving back and is now going to do some sort of collaborative work with another creative or designer here. So it's going to be a combination of that work from that external expert on data and analytics, and then really a compilation of all the information that we've been gathering and what we're going to continue to outsource to bring this report to life.
Okay. Yeah, I do think it would be so helpful to the industry. You know, I think that there are several different, you know, industries from, you know, fashion and beauty to the arts where, most of us don't have sort of a comprehensive appreciation for the economic impact. And if there was a broader appreciation for that, I think it would be easier to advocate for more resources. So I'm really interested in seeing this happen, and glad that you all are working through that.
I want to add that this is time sensitive, because when we do point our constituents, our community members to resources, whether it be local resources or some sort of national funding, this is information that is critical to their business argument, for the dollars that they need, for why they're going to be located where they're going to be located, excuse me. And naturally, they come to us, as they should. And it's taken years of work for us to be recognized as that place for them to come to. So we need to be able to meet that ask with this result, with this information.
Help me understand this a bit better. I'm thinking that the report would sort of indicate, hey, fashion and beauty produces sort of this much money in our economy, this many jobs in our local economy. And I would see that sort of being of benefit internally inside of DC. You're suggesting that this is stuff that our folks will need when they, look to market their business or expand. So how would it be useful in that respect?
So when they are explaining the value of their business, or why their business has been so successful in DC and they want to expand to another city, this is the sort of information that they would look to. And also with certain types of funding that they're trying to get, they could explain why this is such a viable economic segment, and how getting more dollars behind their product and expanding their product line, or expanding the location in which they work, how they would actually be able to, let's say, repay a loan, or be able to hire on if they're getting funding that's earmarked for companies that are trying to become more of a leader in hiring locally. They'll be able to show that, they're certainly going to meet the requirements of return on investment, and they're going to thrive.
Okay. I appreciate you expanding on that. I also understand that you had trouble applying for and collecting grants and donations, which you all are authorized to do under the DC code, because it required technical guidance on setting up accounts. What's been the response from executive agencies on this need? What's the difficulty that we need to iron out here?
We continue to seek clarity on exactly who will give us the yes, the no, and the specifics of how the account is created, who is in control of distributing any funding, and safekeeping any funding. So we're still on pursuit of that information.
Okay. All right. This certainly seems like something we can help with. So please be in touch.
We would be grateful for that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Please be in touch with the committee. We'll help get some resources.
All right, noted. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And you also finally noted that it's been a challenge to find adequate space for the commission to meet and work. What agencies have you engaged on this so far, and what kind of space do you need?
So we did hold a meeting when we thought we had turned the corner, now showing to be a bit premature. But we did hold a meeting at the Martin Luther King Jr. Library, and it was perfect. It was wonderful. So that might actually be the answer to this need. In being able to host an intern at some point in the future, and when we need to sit down and lay out marketing strategies, or have some sort of conversation on grant funding where we're able to lay out strategy. We wanted to have a space where we could do that, and also a space unlike the one that was certainly of major benefit to us before, but we had a small conference room at the Wilson building. And oftentimes we would have some seated around the table and then many standing around the walls, which I don't know that we'll be able to reason out that sort of packed room for quite a while after what we've just experienced for the past 2 years. So we're just wanting to make sure that we've got a space large enough to support us, whether, again, we're having strategy and planning sessions that we need to hold in person, or we are holding a meeting publicly. So I think the library might be the answer to that. I'm not sure when the Wilson building will reopen and when we're going to gather again. But for now, I think we're going to just see if this suffices, if this meets the need.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that there's a potential solution on that, and a potential good one.
Yeah.
Well, those are all the questions I have. Is there anything else that you want to sort of add for the record?
No, for the record, I just want to express gratitude. We're very grateful that we know we have council's ear. We're really grateful to our partners and our parent agencies. And it's always good to be able to get all of the information of our industries on the record. As DC, we're responsible for moving fashion forward here. And it's not the first industry that you think of when you think of DC. So anytime we can get on the record to share that we are here, we are a thriving economic segment, we're grateful for that opportunity. So thank you, and thank you for the support.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for everything that you and the commission are doing again, and really appreciate you being with us today for this hearing, which is very important. It's a public entity, making sure the public knows the work that you are doing on behalf of the city. So thank you all for that work. This concludes my questions for the commission on fashion, arts, and events. Before we move on to the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, we are going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back for our final two agencies. So the time is now 2:52, and we are in recess for 10 minutes. We are resumed, and we will give a moment for Director Reyes Yanis to come up. Director, how are you?
I'm awesome. How about you, council member?
Doing well, doing well. Good to see you.
Happy New Year's to you and your family.
Thank you. Happy New Year. Well, welcome. Glad to have you with us today. It is the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath, so I would ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Procurement and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. You can begin your testimony when you are ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Robert White, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Jackie Reyes Yanis, and I'm honored to serve as the Director of the Mayor's Office on Community Affairs, better known as MOCA, under the visionary leadership of Mayor Muriel Bowser. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today regarding this performance of MOCA and fiscal year 2021, and to share with you some highlights of our current performance in the fiscal year 2022. For those not familiar with the Mayor's Office on Community Affairs, or MOCA, and the 12 offices under the MOCA umbrella, I would love to take this time to share more about who we are and how we work diligently and every day to serve more than our 700,000 Washingtonians throughout the community outreach, partnerships, and deep engagement within the community. The Mayor's Office on Community Affairs is the community's link to the district government and the community voice in our government action to work. We work to foster deep relationships with the community and in government by being a hub of resources and connection for all Washingtonians throughout the collective work of MOCA and individual efforts of our cultural and policy-focused offices, which include the Mayor's Office on African Affairs, Mayor's Office on African American Affairs and Strategic Planning, Mayor's Office on Asian Pacific Islanders, the Mayor's Office on the Clean City, the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs, the Mayor's Office on LGBTQ Affairs, the Mayor's Office on Nightlife and Culture, Mayor's Office on Religious Affairs, the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens, the Mayor's Office on Veterans Affairs, the Mayor's Office on Women's Policy and Initiatives, and the Mayor's Office on Volunteerism and Partnership, also known as SERV-DC. While my testimony will only touch some of the work of these offices, it is a great honor to work for each of them. And we are so proud that our MOCA team has been able to accomplish during these unprecedented times. With the COVID-19 pandemic continuing to affect the district, the MOCA offices work tirelessly to quickly adapt to our communities, changing needs and shift our operational models to meet the unique needs of the district residents throughout this pandemic. Our offices continue to be in the front lines, connecting residents to relevant information and critical resources and services necessary in person and virtually to keep them informed and safe during these changing district-wide postures regarding COVID. Most importantly, our ability to engage and foster relationship across all A-wards, all residents, independent of the immigration status, to know that Mayor Muriel Bowser and the district government and our constituents' offices are available to them and working tirelessly for them during this time. MOCA events such as our meet and greet have been expanded opportunities to hear from the community by visiting each ward and engaging community members who have not had the opportunity to visit our constituent offices. Such engagements have kept us closely connected to ensure residents' issues and concerns are addressed, appropriate resources are introduced, and issues that require immediate attention are handled properly. This connection also influenced our programmatic efforts and strengthened our outreach to the community. I want to take to highlight some of the events and programs that MOCA has led and participated during fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022 to date. Events in fiscal year 21 and 22, officers have hosted, partnered, and participated in 336 events from fiscal year 21 to date. These events include various district resources workshops such as state DC rent and utility assistance programs, financial literacy workshops, and grant application seminars for community organizations. MOCA has held restaurant series that highlight our diverse immigrant communities to celebrate Immigrant Heritage Month, the unique Washingtonian culture during Black Restaurant Week, vaccination drives, especially targeted events towards our immigrant communities, and special interest constituents to promote the district resources and employment opportunities, to name a few. We have adopted a flexible approach in holding virtual or in-person, depending on the need of concern of our constituents. Our primary focus has mirrored Mayor Muriel Bowser's priority to ensure that every district residents receive the necessary and appropriate resources during the unprecedented times due to the COVID. For example, our 12th constituent office took the lead in outreach, partnering with community organizations, hosting in-person and virtual workshops, and extending office hours to ensure every district resident in need had the opportunity to apply for rental and utilities assistance throughout the state DC program. In addition, MOCA offices had to be innovative and responsive to the outreach methods to inform and assist DC residents about the state DC updates due to the pandemic. MOCA's cultural office, such as the Mayor's Office on African Affairs, the Mayor's Office on Asian Pacific Islanders, and the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs, hosted weekly workshops in constituent services centers to ensure our most vulnerable DC residents receive assistance. In addition, offices extended business hours to accommodate residents' evening schedule. As the pandemic continues to disrupt daily living conditions for the families, and more individuals are forced to make difficult choices, MOCA and its offices listening to feedback from communities to address food insecurity and offer safety net to the district remaining and newly uninsured residents, so they know that their health is always a priority. The Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs increased their food distribution sites to address food insecurity worsened by the pandemic, serving 16,000 households across all 8 wards in the district. MOCA offices partner with DC Health Benefit Exchange Authority to develop strategic outreach plans to reach, educate, and enroll constituents to affordable and quality health insurance. As we move forward through this pandemic, it's no secret that getting vaccinated is our best protection to COVID-19. Therefore, MOCA offices were at the forefront of the vaccination efforts, as offices partner with the organizations in faith-based institutions to promote vaccinations by launching pop-up clinics in different parts of the city, engaging different constituents, immigrant communities, and businesses. With hundreds of vaccinations and booster shots administered, the partnership have become successful in the communities that we serve. The pop-ups vaccination clinics have become very popular events. And of course, our office continue to support Mayor Muriel Bowser's commitment to disease recovery during the pandemic. This commitment is evidenced through a series of events and support the MOCA office has provided to provide resources and guidance to local businesses. For example, the Mayor's Office on Nightlife and Culture, better known as MOC, jumped right to create ways to keep the business community abreast of Mayor Bowser's COVID-19 action plan. MOC hands-on approach has proven to be critical resource of our service industry and continues to keep our city's vibrant culture going to DC as DC continues its drive at the district of comebacks. What I have shared is just a snapshot of all of the great work undertaken by the Mayor's Office on Community Affairs in fiscal year 21 and 22 today. Some offices have already shared most of their work during their oversight hearings. I'm sure more of them will be able to develop the deeper and their workings during the oversight hearings. I look forward to sharing more MOCA annual snapshots from FY21 for each of the offices in the coming weeks. Before I close, I would like to share a few highlights regarding our current programmatic outreach and engagement efforts during fiscal year 22. While there's not enough time in this hearing to share with you all of this that we're doing, I would like to highlight a key initiative. The Mayor's Office on Community Affairs is partnering with the Mayor's Office on Community Relations and Services, MOCAs, to host monthly meet and greet in each ward to promote better engagement, accessibility to underserved neighborhoods, ensuring the link between the district residents, their mayor, and the government of the District of Columbia. As Mayor Bowser says, MOCA and MOCAs are my eyes and ears. They serve at the heartbeat of our great city, and the best way to reach to me is through them. The feedback has been positive, and as more residents express gratitude as the respective voices are heard by Mayor Bowser and their government. What makes me proud to be the MOCA director is that its offices often serve as the first responders to the district's greatest needs, whether it's in campus and communities to raise awareness of the Mayor Bowser's latest initiative, or leading volunteers to assemble take-home COVID tests where our district needs them the most, to stepping as our district volunteers know team to assist our neighbors in Ward 7 and 8, whatever the call might be or how difficult the task might be. MOCA and 12 agencies are always ready to answer and serve the district residents. So in closing, I want to first thank the mayor and for her leadership and the opportunity to serve in this capacity. It is an honor to serve my neighbors and my beautiful city in such a direct way. I also want to thank you, Councilman Robert White, for your work and your opportunity to share our work in MOCAs here with you today. As a finally, most important, I want to thank my MOCA colleagues, and I want to give a special shout out to the MOCA core team who are working tirelessly to make sure the MOCA office have a support and the resources that they need to execute this work. For MOCA servicing and partnering with our community is our honor and privilege that we do not take lightly. The impactful work of the 12 offices to compromise Mayor Bowser's community affairs event and programs I mentioned today only scratches the surface of the work that takes place daily. I am here to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Director. So how many meet and greets did your office host in 2021?
So as you know, I'm not nearly appointed in my 3 months. We had the kickoff in Ward 1 and the first meet and greet in Ward 8 and the Ward 6. So because of this, what happened right now, we're gonna do it virtual, and then we're going to Ward 7. So far, 3.
Okay. And how do you decide like when and where to have a meet and greet?
So it was at my discretion, and I wanted to start in Ward 8, and the kickoff, it was just like it was my announcement, and it was at the Reed Center, and then I got so many calls from stakeholders in Ward 8, and the council member Trevor White joined us. So he reached out, and that's how we ended up in Ward 8.
Okay. Your testimony specifically mentioned financial literacy workshops. As you may know, financial literacy is a particular interest of mine, and I currently have legislation on that topic pending before the Committee of the Whole. Very happy to hear that this is a place that you are focused as well. Can you talk about your office's role in providing workshops on financial literacy and what those events look like?
Yes. So my job, and I was appointed in 2015 for the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs and trying to bridge that. Now I would like to take this as the MOCA director, how to coach my offices, and you know this with Reverend Bowen, with this African American Strategic Plan, and Director Jennifer Porter. So I'm trying to do more of because more engagement with the offices. So we have maternal Mondays, and also with Reverend Bowens, we're putting in strategic plan on how to be more intentional with these leadership workshops.
So with respect to support of grant application seminars, your pre-hearing responses indicated that, or rather in your testimony as well, that you are funded for a special assistant for grants. And I think this position is currently vacant. So what's the office's role with grants now, and how are you managing that with the existing vacancy?
Yes, so we are working with our sister office, talent acquisition, to fill out that position. But as you know, I have a bit of experience with MOLA, so I already know about grant a little bit, and my experience with Councilmember Graham, and I have been with 3 administrations, so I'm not new to the grant process, and I feel proud of what Mayor Bowser did. When we entered the Bowser administration, we created what is called the GARP, the grant approval process, where we have a timeline, and we're about to start that process. So when that person comes in, with our guidance, we're going to have a timeline, and we already are working with the directors to approach the grant, the NOFA, the notice of applications, the RFAs, and all of that. So.
Okay, so
I feel very confident that by the time February comes, we're going to have a person in that position.
Oh, okay. So you expect someone to be there soon. Okay.
Yes.
And you mentioned in your testimony, your office has supported the Stay DC program and the assistance you provided to folks to get assistance. What type of supporting role did the MOCA play in this program?
So, and I will refer that I was the director of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs, and I saw a breach and a gap on that and the situation. So what I did, I opened up in person so people could come in to address the language barrier, but also we work with our partners, Asian Pacific Islanders, and all of the MOCA offices to jump in, and as you can see, DC was the second city more successful in the state and giving this grant out of the approach that we did it. I mean, text message, we make sure that everybody knew, even though with the challenges that we faced, people came in and applied, and we were all hands on deck with our sister office, with the Mayor's Office on Community Relations, and the MOCA offices, to make sure that people knew about the pop-ups of the assistance to apply. So that was one of the big tasks that we had last year until I want to say November. It was extended. The deadline was a little bit extended, so we were all hands on deck filling out application. I even help out myself to fill out applications.
Okay, so you all help get the word out and then help fill out applications
and follow up, with the community organizations, because people didn't know how. One of our constituents, they have a flip phone, so they will have to come to the office and help. They didn't know how to read or write, so we have to bridge that gap and be accessible. Okay. So we make sure that our information get there in real time.
And what about with respect to Department of Health and supporting vaccination clinics? What kind of training did the MOCA team receive prior to helping with the clinics?
Great question, Councilmember. As you know, COVID, I think that everybody got scared. And one of the things that I do appreciate of Mayor Bowser, and I was the director of MOLA, and it was heartbreaking to myself that one Latino guy didn't want to get on the ambulance because he didn't have documentation. He said, "I'm not getting there." mayor, the very next day, the mayor was like, we have to get out there. We're not asking for immigration status, you know. So we saw that people were gonna be scared. And that day, it was just heartbreaking to myself and my team that we were out. I was in every news outlet in Spanish, news reports, text message, you know, just assuring people that they were not, the immigration status was not gonna be a subject. But also, you know, that made me also not to close the office on Latino Affairs. We didn't close the office at all. Even though we were in a telework culture, we were out there and we kept the office open. We opened up the phone lines Monday through Sunday from 9 to 5, just so people would just, we get what the Department of Health did with us. They give us a training. We had to learn. We're not health providers, but we just have to learn on how to transmit that into the language that they will understand. You know, and my partners at Bende Guzman and Ali Kaba did the same thing to make sure that those immigrants' office were assured that they could call the mayor's office. And so the Department of Health were, you know, very hands-on with us, explaining to us the metrics, because we, you know, they give us numbers and charts, and so we have to get to know as they were getting information for us, you know, to get information. We did workshops, town halls with DCPS and churches, so that's how they came in handy. With the vaccination, same thing. The appointment didn't work out. We did the first phase in vaccination. We have 450 people at Sacred Heart. And then the Department of Health say, okay, maybe we don't have to have an appointment. So that, you know, so we have to show, you know, we learned a lot coming out from the COVID. We learned that sharing information, there's not more sharing information, that the more we were looking at things, the more that we came to the drawing board, it was easier for us to task things as we were progressing with the COVID.
Okay. So the your testimony focused a lot on the work of the offices that you oversee. I want to ask a couple questions specifically about the role of the MOCA Central staff. Mm-hmm. Currently, you're budgeted for 6 central staff, but you have 2 vacancies. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I have a chief of staff. You know that she moved out of the state. You know, and then my my grants manager.
Yeah. Okay. And so one of the things you noted that you do specifically is provide training to agency directors in areas of policy and engagement strategies. What does this mean? What type of, yeah.
Yes. So what I have done since I became the MOCA director, I have done 1 strategic planning. And, you know, my job and my history in the DC government spans to 16 years now. I work for 3 mayors. I work for 2 mayors and 1 council member, our late council member, Jim Graham. So one of the most progressive council members, you know, he's not with us anymore. And, you know, that great knowledge that he left me behind. So my job right now is to make sure that the MOCA directors have that insight. So I had a strategic retreat just to put plans on to align all of those plans with Mayor Bowser's priorities. So it's planning and being intentional, being substantial with our programs, just like I did with the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs. You know, I can tell you that people that they don't speak English, they know who Mayor Bowser is because we translate, you know what I mean? So for me, it just to have like all of these agencies, there are the big ones, the EOSs, the Department of Health, we disseminate all the information and put in these individual offices, you know? So what I did in the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs, I want to get all the other offices because people are trying to reach to services. Sometimes there's a breach, but we get the information and we package it in a way that they will get it. You know what I mean? So that's what I see ourselves here in the core team of the Mayor's Office on Community Affairs.
Okay, I appreciate it. Well, let me turn to my colleague, Janice Lewis-George. If you have a statement or questions, welcome. Good to have you.
The great work for.
Thank you, Chairman White and staff. Good to be with you. I'm only here briefly. I have a very niche issue that is of concern to some Ward 4 constituents. You all, both you and Director Reyes, remember when we used to have the Caribbean Day Parade in Ward 4.
You bringing
And
it
you
back,
all
council
know-
member?
No, I didn't say that just yet. I'm getting there. And you know how many great Caribbean restaurants we have in the Ward 4 area, and we have a great Caribbean community. So I am here, and thank you, Director, and thank you to your office for your leadership with the Office of Latinos Affairs before this. I'm here mostly to ask about the status of the Mayor's Office of Caribbean Affairs today. I met with a number of my Ward 4 constituents from the Caribbean community. And as you know, Caribbean community is an important part of Ward 4 and the district overall, and they've made sort of incredible contributions to the district and face, unique challenges as they recover from the pandemic. I want to shout out Ms. Doreen Thomas especially. And so they helped get this office created in 2020 to help provide constituent services and information to the district's Caribbean community through programmatic activities and outreach materials, and to serve as liaison between the mayor, the Caribbean community, and the district government agencies. In fiscal year 2021, the Office of Caribbean Affairs was funded, but didn't hire any staff. And so we asked about it last summer to the former director. We asked about it last summer, and MOCA at that point said, quote, due to the public health emergency, spending had to be cut during fiscal year 21 across all district agencies, to help account for the shortfall. However, for fiscal year 2022, we intend to fully staff the office and start the work of the office, the work for the Caribbean community. And so I wanted to see if you can provide an update on the Office of Caribbean Affairs. The approved fiscal year 22 budget includes $261,000 and 2 FTEs to start the office. And so I just want to get a sense, what's the status of hiring for this office, and sort of, the funding that was provided for fiscal year 21 as well, sort of what happened with that funding, and what can we expect moving forward?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Yes, so I have met with our constituents. They came in one of our meet and greets, and I met twice with them already. I follow up with the mayor's office on telling our positions. We put the link up. I know there are 20 people that were interested. We are in the phase of interviewing now. So, and I have made my commitment to the stakeholders and the commission, to work with them so we can, like you said, every constituent service and the MOCA, why MOCA, the community affairs was born. It was because Latinos back in the 70s didn't feel that they were at the table, That's how, when I became the director of MOLA, the first thing I did is met with Jose Gutierrez, who wrote the law for the mayor's office on Latino affairs, and that's how this came about. And it's my commitment. It's my commitment, to make sure that everybody feels included and respected. So we are working and I follow up. So I know that phase is going to start. In regards to the funding, I will follow up with that because I do not have the answer right now, but I will follow up on you with that.
Okay, great. And do you sort of have a sense of when they're going to be hiring the director there? I think you said you guys have about 20 applications.
Yes, council member. Yes.
So when do you think it's going to, the application process closes and sort of the interviews are done? What's your sort of expected date for that?
So I will have it, I don't want to give you, because I'm on record. I don't want to go on record. I want to make sure that I'll give you an accurate information, and I will get back on you on that, because I do know that we're on that interviewing phase now.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then after that, we can talk about the Caribbean, bringing the Caribbean parade back, which I think.
I love it.
I think Councilman White is indicating.
And I love the Caribbean. It's a highlight, just like Fiesta, just a pride parade.
Yep, absolutely. So, when you all do that, if you could just share with me sort of a timeline that I can share with my constituents, because they've asked me, they're like, during oversight, we need you to get answers.
Yes.
If you can share with me sort of a timeline as soon as possible, I appreciate your commitment here. And I look forward to the hiring of the director and staff members for the Office of Caribbean Affairs. Thank you. I have nothing else here. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Director, going back to questions about MOCA's central staff, your pre-hearing question responses indicate that you provide guidance around outreach and communications on social media platforms. One of your 6 employees is a chief information officer. Can you walk us through what your office does around communications and what the 12 or so individual constituent offices handle themselves? So what's done by that communications person and what's done individually by the agencies under your purview?
Yes, and very good question, Chairman. That is one of the things that, especially with the pandemic, we have learned that, we have to package information on a way that our constituents, all of different constituents will understand and digest. So our job is, our chief PIO here is to make sure that we are working with our agencies because it's different. We have a clusters of public information officers. So our job is to make sure that our individual in their offices, because sometimes they have a small offices, and then they have dual duties. So we serve as a backup. We have like the coaching saying, okay, are you missing this? One of the things that I have established when I became the director 3 months ago is newsletters, text message, and I tell people don't know if we're doing all of these great events and people don't know, it's like it never happened, So we were in the back end, we are like making sure that, hey, the ServDC needs volunteers. Is the PIO at ServDC already putting this out there? So we're like a reminder that our lead PIO here at MOCA is working with them, making sure that we are like make the information is accurate. Sometimes it's another set of eyes. So we more are as a the lead PIO is helping in this individual office PIO that if the information is accurate and is packaged in a way that these individual offices are putting out there for the constituents. Because I have learned that all side doesn't fit all, so we have to, there are some things the Latinos, the Asian Pacific Islanders doesn't relate with the Amharics, with the Ethiopians. So we have to lead on that, but we have to have a message that we don't lose things on translations. And it goes for African Americans, with the vaccine misinformation. We want to make sure that sometimes we just have to make sure that is the correct answer. So that the main purpose of the lead PIO is that the message is very clear.
Okay. Now what's the process when one of the 12 agencies under your purview wants to put something out? What is the process? Do they have to go through you or the chief information officer, or can they just put that information out?
So one of the things that they have autonomy because they are expert. The mayor have trusted them to lead those offices, and I'm the example of that. I came in with my propositions, listening to what I'm hearing in the Latino community. I hear what my directors have to say. So I just make sure that I help them with the resources that are needed. If they need extra support, they can come in and then they can just put it out there. I just want to make sure that they feel comfortable, and if they need more resources to push things out, that's how we do it.
But if they don't need more resources, can they just push out information, or does it have to filter through you and your team?
I mean, they have the ability and the flexibility to do it. When I was a director, and I would share things from PEPCO, things like that, and it just like, or even with our partners, at the Mayor's Office on Latino Hair have like 100 programs. they can easily share that. We are here, we're one one team.
Okay, that is good. And you also handle event planning and have a special assistant for special events on staff. What does that role look like?
So we know the meet and greet, that's something that I wanted to do. I'm very hands-on in what the MOCA is, constituent service. We are just constituent service driven, right? So planning all of this, and this is what I said in my testimony, I want to be intentional and substantial with the program. We went to Ward 8. So my special program is getting the offices. So we partner. What I learned in my first meet and greet, it was that people were asking for other information. So I asked the MOCA directors to bring community partners. And then we also invited a council member. So, it was just like half the people, it was a one-stop shop, but it takes coordination, so it takes coordination for that. So my special project person, that's what it helps out. But also we have the Emancipation Parade, will help out African American affairs. We have all of LGBTQ, have the high hill race, we help out also with those kind of events. So it takes coordination. So we need that special event coordinator.
You indicated that you measure success by the amplification of resources available to residents and evaluate operations by the number of individuals you reach for a given event, the number of participants in a given event, and the number of impressions made on social media. I worry that all of that speaks to one-way communication, sort of from the administration to the public. And what I wonder is how do you measure whether you're adequately conveying feedback from residents back to the administration? How do you measure that?
So so we have when you do the other, we have surveys, satisfaction surveys from an event to hear back from the community, because this is a two-way street in my perspective. Like we might think, oh, we're gonna go to here, but sometimes people are like, people are like, oh, it would be better than that. It will be better this way, So we would like to hear, and that is why I push a lot for the meet and greet. So that this is when the Caribbean Affairs stakeholders came, and I sat down with them twice already, and start working with them, and it was in one of the meet and greets. And also, you rely a lot in our commissions, how we found out what the immigration was doing raids, and in the middle of the night was my chairman, my chairman with the commission, Johnny Garcia. He was like, Jackie, do you know that this is happening? You know what I mean? So I keep trying to have a lot of outlets that information comes back to us.
Okay, that is good. Your approved budget for fiscal year 2021 was $659,000, and your actual expenditures appear to have been $781,766 for FY21. Why did you, or how did the office overspend the budget by about $120,000?
So I know that this wasn't I think it was FY. I came here and FY, the cutoff, it was September 31st. I like to be on budget. I like to be on budget, but I will find out, the breakdown. Sometimes, we are on the EOM's budget, and we have some offices that have a budget. Some of the offices don't have budget. So I have to, and I'm having one-on-ones meeting with my directors so we can stay on budget going forward. And so we are, I'm gonna get back to you on that, council member, but going forward, I can assure you that next year we won't have this issue because I like to keep my numbers clean.
I appreciate it. So you'll follow up with us on the details
Yes,
on that.
yes, I
appreciate
will
it.
follow up on you on the extra $100,000.
Thank you. My office has had some challenges getting notice of meetings of advisory boards and commissions within your office before they happen. Can we work together to make sure we get notice of those meetings going forward?
Yes, Councilmember, you have my word on that. I will make sure that you get notice on that, and it will get published. Yes.
Thank you. I do want to thank you for all the work you do supporting your subsidiary offices with distributing about $7 million in grants to CBOs. Do you take any steps to ensure that funding is being distributed equitably?
Yes, and this is something that I implemented when I became the director of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs. You know, we had we have more than 100 programs because it's one of the, you know, it's the biggest office, but we work a lot with our sister agencies like DOES, the public schools. So and I wish you could be here, but I have a map here in my office that I always like to be like, okay, we have to know our organizations, you know, what are they doing, if they're spending the money, how they say they're spending the money, the programs, you know, the priorities, education, housing, workforce development, you know, and also the greatest need. We have things with public safety, and I always refer back to my history. Consider myself a Washingtonian, but I grew up here when the city was not in well conditions, you know, but now after I became a public official, I was thinking about like, how can we prevent, you know, and I remember when Councilmember Graham had the public safety in World 1 with the blueprints on how to tackle and work together with young people. And I was a young people, I was a teen mom. So I know what it's like to, you know, to be growing up in the city. And this is what I text all of our brand managers, that we have to be innovators. And Mayor Bowser have done a great job with building blocks now on how can we work better with our community-based organization, our stakeholders, and recognize people who are coming up, new organizations that are coming up. So to have the information in a timely manner, and how to do and how to apply on even how we had a program at the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs for new organizations, you know, with great ideas that are reaching out to the people that we may not be reaching out. So with Serve DC right now, we're gonna have a program to with the partnership and the partnership. I have my notes here because this is something that they were gonna do with Serve DC. With the partnership, we're gonna have a coaching program with Serve DC on how to reach out to new organizations to apply for money. So it's one of our commitments to make sure that new people knows about these programs.
Okay. And so like the distributing the $7 million in grants to CBOs, you sort of track where those CBOs are, or what the populations they serve, to make sure it's equitable.
Yes, and yeah, so I saw a need, and this is, you know, it was a learning process for me. So check on the data, you know, and we can also, if we pay attention to data, we could see and we can prevent a lot of these things happening. I know when I was a director, and you know, and I keep saying Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs because I want to transmit that I saw a influx in Texas Avenue in Ward 7, and I was telling my staff, like, we need to figure out what are the organizations in Ward 7, the church. So we brought a food bank over there in Ward 7, you know what I mean? So we have to get to learn or where the things are. And then in the Martin Luther King Avenue, there was a high-rise building. And then I learned from data that Latinos were in every single neighborhood in the District of Columbia, not only in Ward 1 and Ward 4. so we needed to move services around there. So now, as a director of the Mayor's Office on Community Affairs, this is why, and to tell you, working with Reverend Bowen and have the office on African American strategic planning, I brought in Jennifer Porter and everybody so we can have one working group on how to be more intentional getting programs. And like you say, the equity, they have to be like, hey, we have to be on the same page, because sometimes we're having maternal health Monday here, but we don't have the church-based leaders here. You know what I mean? So how can we work together better? So those are the things that I have been doing this within these 3 months. But I'm thinking about a quality of programming, but substantial programs for I just throwing all this better. We have coming up the African American Month, that is coming up. We have already 2 meetings on this, and on about and this is what I tell our directors, it's not about having events, but having that people are being engaged, and they feel like the government, especially DC, is open for all. It doesn't matter how you look, but we have to make sure that our African Americans in the District of Columbia feel that they're being respected, and the history that they have put up is being respected, because sometimes we tend to have the old guard, the new guard, and I'm like, this is we can all be here, all the guards could be together and work together.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The Director Reyes Yanis, those are all the questions I have. I want to thank you. I know you're still in the first few months in this role, so I want to thank you and your team for the work that you all are doing, and thank you again for being with us today.
Thank you, Councilmember. It's a pleasure for holding us accountable.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So we will move to our final agency for the day, the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. Unfortunately, we learned yesterday that Interim Director Shanette Grant, who anticipated testifying on behalf of the agency, is unavailable to testify today due to circumstances beyond her control. Therefore, in her place to speak on behalf of the office, we will now welcome Program Analyst Dawn Dickerson with the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, who will be accompanied, I believe, by Gail Fast, Kathy Williams, and Leonard Barnum. So welcome, everyone. I want to make sure that anyone who might be answering questions is on screen, so we can swear everyone in. I think Leonard is not going to be here. Is that correct, Ms. Dickerson?
He's having some internet issues.
Okay, wonderful. Well, good to see everyone. Welcome. Let me ask everyone to raise your right hand. We swear in our government witnesses. There we are. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you all very, very much. Ms. Dickerson, you can provide your statement when you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Council Member. Good afternoon, Council Member and the honorable members of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. I am Dawn Dickerson, and I'm accompanied by Gail Fast, our program analyst, Kathy Williams, our special assistant to the executive director and legal advisor, and Leonard Barnum, who is our staff assistant. We are representing the OANC on behalf of the interim executive director, Shanette Grant. Interim Director Grant is unable to testify today for medical reasons. Our testimony will focus on the OANC's progress under the leadership of Interim Director Grant. Our work was guided by the July 2021 committee recommendations to the OANC. In reviewing these recommendations, we identified 4 areas that were the primary focus of our work from October through December 2021. And those areas are technology, training and technical assistance, ANC visibility and communications, and relationship building with other agencies. We would like to share with the committee and commissioners our progress in these areas. The committee requested that the OANC prioritize preparing ANCs to conduct hybrid meetings. As Commissioner Elkins pointed out, conducting hybrid meetings has challenges and requires special audiovisual equipment. Interim Director Grant consulted with a representative from the District Office of Cable Television, Film, Music, and Entertainment for guidance on how best to approach this task. And that conversation led the interim director to a conversation with the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, as OCTO has the technical experience and staff to facilitate hybrid meetings. These conversations were the basis of a relationship between the OANC and OCTO. And now we are actively engaged in discussions with OCTO to provide the technical assistance to ANCs when they have secured host locations that have the capability to conduct hybrid meetings. The OANC has also conducted a survey to determine the ANC's needs related to hybrid meetings, and that survey was completed by 35 ANCs. We are summarizing the results of this questionnaire, and once that report is completed, we will share it with the committee. And Commissioner Elkins, I think it's okay if I say that we will make sure that 3D is in the first group to test the hybrid technology with OCTO once this service is ready to activate. The committee recommended that the OANC make improvements to its website, and the ANC has revamped its website to include quarterly financial reports from 2017 to the present. We also added a training resource link where presentations from the District Office of Zoning, the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, and the Office of Campaign Finance are all available for commissioners to access now. Our new relationship with OCTO even helped to modernize the OANC office with updated equipment and communication devices. And in FY22, we will continue our work with OCTO and on our website to add a password protected module where we will be able to house commissioner-specific items like the handbook and on-demand training set and offer on-demand training sessions if that software and when that software becomes available. In the area of training and technical assistance, the OANC provided 2 sessions of implicit bias training as the committee recommended. And for those ANC treasurers that struggled with the financial reporting process, the OANC conducted individual training sessions online to help them navigate the QFR process. In fiscal year 22, the OANC is already preparing to deliver new commissioner training online, as well as incoming officer training. And finally, we are developing policies and procedures so that the OANC will be able to provide funding for technical and expert assistance in fiscal year 22. The committee gave a mandate to the OANC to support ANCs in having direct contact with constituents, and Commissioner Speck, help is finally on the way. The OANC is finalizing a contract with GovDelivery, a communication software for all 296 commissioners to help them engage and interact easily with their constituents through customized emails, text messaging, and newsletters. The OANC is also finalizing a contract with Citizen Lab, an engagement software whose platform provides ANCs a centralized toolbox with multiple ways to share information, ask for opinions, create polls and surveys, all in one place. And Commissioner Speck, when we are ready to test the software, we will insist that 3G is one of the first ANCs that is contacted for testing. ANC commissioners have repeatedly requested that the OANC assist them with improving communications with district agencies. The OANC has heard from commissioners like Commissioners Patel and Douglas about the unresponsiveness of these agencies as it relates to resolutions, letters of support, or opposition. Currently, there is a portal designed by the Executive Office of the Mayor to streamline ANC resolutions and provide responses within 7 days. The OANC has been working with the EOM to revamp that portal, to make it efficient and seamless to use and improve its functionality. The goal is that this portal will be a useful tool for ANCs in fiscal year 22. And Commissioners Patel and Douglas, we will add your names to the list for the testing stages when we're ready. The OANC is encouraged by the progress that we've made to date. However, there are some challenges that may require assistance from this committee, either through legislation or additional funding. We have drafted policies and procedures for the use of debit cards. However, we learned that it is not prudent for ANCs to be issued debit cards. Instead, Commissioner Montague, we are recommending that ANCs are given the authority to conduct business via ACH or automated clearinghouse transactions. In fiscal year 21, the OANC disallowed a total of $3,000 from 3 ANCs for engaging in ACH transactions. What is important to note is that those ACH transactions were to pay the District Office of Tax and Revenue, the Internal Revenue Service, T-Mobile, and to order supplies through Staples. These are all reasonable expenses under the law, yet ANCs are being penalized for the convenience of paying electronically. If we are going to move the OANC into the 21st century, we must allow the use of ACH as a form of payment, especially for the purpose of procuring payroll services and the payment of payroll taxes. Staffing continues to remain a struggle in the OANC. The OANC has not replaced the technical support specialist after the position was vacated and did not feel it was appropriate to hire someone during the interim director's tenure. This position is important because this individual will assist the vendors in the implementation of the communication and engagement software and to assist Octo with the hybrid meeting implementation. The OANC must also hire an administrative assistant to answer calls and to assist staff with follow-up as it pertains to day-to-day tasks and inquiries from the commissioners and the public. The OANC currently fields approximately 40 to 50 calls per day, and having someone to answer basic questions from residents would prove to be very helpful to the office. And post-pandemic, the OANC will need increased office space to accommodate the additional staff that we've requested. Our current space is simply not adequate for commissioners to meet with staff. In closing, the staff would like to thank the committee and acknowledge the district staff and agencies that assisted us through this transition. And that would be OCTO, OFRM, OCFO, the Board of Elections, and the Office of the DC Auditor. We would also like to thank the ANC commissioners that have been patient with us and gave us the opportunity to find our way. And finally, the staff would like to thank Interim Director Shanette Grant for her stellar leadership, professionalism, and can-do attitude. She tapped into our areas of expertise and empowered us to generate ideas and to provide valuable input to the operations of the OANC. We are grateful for the experience to have worked with her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dickerson. I want to join you in thanking Interim Director Grant for an incredible amount of work in roughly 3 months, and what you all have done as a team has really blown me away. So really appreciate and respect everything that you all have done. I've been excited to see the progress, rapid progress in the agency, and it really, excuse me, I think sort of re-inspires me and a lot of other people about the future of this office. So thank you all for really a significant amount of work and dedication. Want to ask some questions based on your pre-hearing questions. First, it appears that there remains some confusion about whether OANC has filed a compliant CBE spending plan with the Department of Small Local Business Development. Have you had challenges getting a response from DSLBD on that?
I'm going to have Kathy Williams answer you, sir.
Good afternoon, council member. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, excellent. Good afternoon to all. No, it is not DSLDB who's been having challenges. It's me. I'm the one who's supposed to be connecting with them. Unfortunately, the person I had been working with for over a year is no longer with them. And as of Monday, I am going to have an introduction with a member of their staff. They have been excellent in supporting us and helping us with our spending levels. And we just have to pull together to work with them. It is on the office of the ANC, and they have provided the staff. I just have not been able to tap into the system and to work with someone regularly to find out what's going on. I can state, though, I do have some numbers for you, that for FY20, we had an expendable budget of $717, which was an adjusted goal balance of $358.50. And as a result of the spending, it was 57%. And I thank them for providing us with those numbers. FY21 is preliminary. These spending ranges are very, very high. And I will speak, of course, with our new person, Joanna, on Monday. That will be an introduction at that time.
Okay, I appreciate it. So it seems like you have a grasp of sort of where you are and roughly where you're going in this fiscal year, and relatively short timeline on sort of closing the loop with DSLBD. Is that right?
That is correct. And I believe that by Monday, they're setting up an entire introductory session for me and to walk me through the system. So we'll see. I expect that to be very, very positive and to be up to speed.
I appreciate it. If you would update the committee when you send follow-up responses, just either let us know sort of the final details or the timeline, whichever you had at that point.
Certainly will.
Thank you. And I want to note that the council passed emergency legislation earlier this week to extend the authorization for ANCs to meet virtually for the foreseeable future. You indicated that one of your top priorities is to provide equipment and support to ANCs for hybrid meetings, and that you are working with OCTO on that. I'm sure you heard the testimonies from several commissioners who mentioned sort of concern about that. How was your work? I got some insight into this through your testimony. It seems like the work with OCTO is going pretty well on this. Is that right?
That is correct. And if you'd like a little more detail about that, Gail Fast will be able to provide that for you.
I'd appreciate it.
Good afternoon, council member.
Afternoon.
And you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So as Dawn indicated, Shanette and I have been meeting with OCTO as to how we want to move the process in for the hybrid meetings. We did send out a questionnaire to all 40 ANCs. We got 35 of them to respond back. What we have learned is that the majority of them would like to go to hybrid. The question just becomes, as I think Commissioner Elkins described, having those resources. It appears, though, that OCTO has a plan for commissions and how to equip them with the necessary equipment. However, one thing that, and I don't know if Commissioner Elkins alluded to this, is that different size host locations require different equipment. So if you're in a small host location that maybe only holds about 25, 30 people, the equipment you need for that is very different than if you have, you're in an auditorium that holds 75 to 100 individuals.
Right.
So OCTO has been asking us to poll the commissioners, and that is part of the questions that we asked in that questionnaire. And then we will take that raw data back with OCTO to see what those next steps are. The microphone, the cameras, the screens that he mentioned in his lovely slide presentation are things that we can procure through OCTO. The question really becomes, and I think, again, he alluded to it, which we've been in discussions, is the Wi-Fi and the hotspot. Yeah. OCTO does not have any really control over Wi-Fi and internet. And so we did ask in our questionnaire, does your host locations have internet access, so that we can help to provide that. Where we have concerns, though, I believe that Commissioner Speck is very forward thinking, trying to look at other host locations. But we did ask the question of the commissions that cannot go back to their original or do not have the capabilities in terms of hosting a hybrid if they have found other locations. That has been dragging, and they have not really done a search. And so we need to push them to search other locations to help us be able to, summarize all of that. So hopefully that answered your question.
It does, but very helpful. I think, so many of us are today getting a better appreciation for how complex this particular issue is, but it also is, I think, where we are going to be permanently. So it's sort of, these are steps and investments we have to make. I do want to note for those who don't know, the Office of the ANC is an executive branch agency, and OCTO, the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, is the Office of ANC is a legislative branch agency. OCTO is an executive branch agency. And so it does not sort of technically, serve OCTO or ANCs, but the agency has really forged good relationships. And OCTO is, I think, great at working across government, but it sort of takes two parties to do that work. So I appreciate both agencies working together on a common goal. Ms. Fassler, Ms. Dickerson, some commissions are already doing hybrid meetings. Are you sort of looking at what they are doing to see if, we can sort of, just pull those ideas and reuse them?
In our survey, we did see two ANCs that are currently now doing hybrid. So our next step would be to go and research with them what exactly they're doing. The news for both of them is that they are in host locations that are fully equipped for it. And so, just like the council has been, trying to figure out, how you're going to handle hybrid meetings moving forward. They're so far ahead of the game. So I think we're going to have to take their information and then go back with OCTO and figure out, okay, if you've just got the shell and you've got the internet, how are we going to make that work? Because the one piece, I do believe Commissioner Elkins in his slideshow did have it, and it might have been the stick figure, but there was a person sort of at the bottom of his stick figure kind of coordinating some of that. And he talked about the fact that there may be some resources that are needed for additional folks to help with that. And so again, that would be something that the ANCs will have to look to, because if the commissioners are all up front, doing their thing, who is going to be handling the situation? So the crowd and the in-person and getting their feedback. So we have a little bit more work to do. I will definitely say we're in preliminary stages, but I think we've made some great headway in trying to figure out, what those next steps are.
I appreciate that. For the Ms. Dickerson, you mentioned in your testimony, and you heard some commissioners ask about the communication and engagement software. This is really great news in your testimony and pre-hearing responses that you've identified vendors and expect to have contracts in place February 1st. Can you talk about first sort of engagement with commissioners? Commissioner Speck raised concern that he wished that he or some other commissioners had been consulted. Let's start there. Did we sort of should we have consulted commissioners, or was there sort of some information you already had from commissioners? How did you approach that?
So, Councilmember, I'm going to pass that one along to Gail. She and Jeanette, Director Grant, have been working on that project.
Okay.
Yes. So, Councilmember, I actually took over the project after Director Simon left. So this is my understanding of how we came to the decision on the software that we have chosen. In, I believe, fiscal year 20, possibly, maybe 21, then Executive Director Simon, and at the time, our technical support specialist, who was in that position, polled commissions. They already had received from Actos, the group that Chuck and Randy are a part of. And I think even Commissioner Montague may be in their group. Recommendations from them as well, as far as their group, what they felt was necessary or needed in both the communication and the engagement software. They then went out to 20 other ANCs that are not part of the Actos group or that don't regularly engage with Actos, and sent them out a survey requesting information from them, sort of surveying what they were looking for in a communication and engagement software. They took the results of those 20 other ANCs and the recommendations from Actos and used that to formulate their survey results as to what they thought all 296 commissioners would be looking for. And that's how we went and approached, after we did extensive search on a variety of different software packages. I researched GovDelivery, which is the Granicus product that we eventually ended up on. But we looked at everything from Constant Contact to MailChimp to Sendinblue to, I would have to go back to my list, but there were about 7 of them, doing a comparison based off of the criteria that we heard from those commissioners and checked off the box to say, does this software meet that goal? Does this software meet that goal?
Yeah.
And when we tallied up the number of check marks that we had for each of those softwares, it appeared that GovDelivery rose to the top. It is, as you probably know, Granicus is this communication software that many district agencies use throughout district government. The mayor's office uses it, and then there are other agencies that are using it. So we really felt that there was a good tie-in in terms of certainly the implementation. They're familiar with us in terms of DC government, how it works. And so because they met most of that criteria, we did. So I feel that we did a good job of at least getting an idea from a good percentage of commissioners what they want. Did we meet all of the requirements that all 296 are looking for? Probably not, but I think we've gotten a good hold on this communication software. It does email, it does text messaging, they can do newsletters, websites, all of that kind of good stuff. It's a cloud-based product, and it also allows you to develop flyers, as I think Commissioner Montague was asking. You have to print them yourself, but you can create the flyers through the software. And the printing is a whole nother story. We can talk about that later, but he can at least create the flyers through the GovDelivery software.
Is this program mobile friendly? So can
yes.
Okay.
They can get, yes. And that's why the SMS piece was very important to us. So that's a text message. So we have in polling east of the river, even where I live in 60, where we have a lot of public housing, a lot of folks do not have technology like we're on here, computers and things like that. However, most folks have a smartphone or have access to a smartphone. So the ability to push out in communication through a text message is very helpful. And GovDelivery can do that. And the cost is included, in the pricing.
Can you help me? I think there are 2 programs. One is GovDelivery and the other is Citizen Lab.
Correct.
What's the difference between these 2?
Right. So GovDelivery is really just a communication tool. And again, when we were checking all the boxes and guiding, we really liked Citizen Lab. The engagement piece of it, which many of the commissioners, specifically Commissioner Speck, wanted for projects, is a great tool. There are many cities that use it, and it would have been very helpful for him for their small area plan to be able to solicit community feedback. When Director Grant and I met with Citizen Lab, we just love them. We like their approach, their ease of communication, and what their software can provide. Unfortunately, what happened is it doesn't have a communication piece. So the whole email, that part, the text messaging, it didn't have that. And so at that point, we went back to the drawing board and again, looked back at Gov Delivery, which, had all those boxes checked, and decided that to meet the needs of all of the commissions and commissioners, we would go with 2 different softwares. So our plan moving forward is, and we're in the procurement process, we're in the reprogramming. I'm not quite sure, I'm not fully vested in DC government procurement processes, but I'm told we're in reprogramming their quotes to be able to procure both of them. The goal from both vendors is to be ready on February 1st with sort of what their software does, what it can do. And we will roll out first for all 296 commissioners Gov Delivery. And then we will onboard 15 ANCs at a time on Citizen Lab with the.
But when will you start the training and onboarding?
We're hoping that the procurement process and everything will be finalized by the end of the month so that both vendors are ready to go. And so then we hope at the beginning of February, we'll be able to put out the announcement of here's the software, this is what it is, here's when the first information sessions will occur. And then we will be able to work with the commissioners. We were very specific with both vendors that their contracts include 24/7, 365 days of support. So that commissioners at any time, because most commissioners, a lot of them work 9 to 5, have other jobs and do their commission work either early in the morning or late at night. And both of the software providers have agreed that 24/7, 365 is in their contracts.
Could you or the appropriate person reach out to Commissioner Lucio to talk through accessibility concerns and options as you are rolling this out, and also to talk to her about closed captioning as you are actively working on hybrid meetings, to make sure we're not missing something that we're going to have to sort of go back and address.
Yeah, for the hybrid.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, so to talk to her both about the hybrid and about the this digital communications tool to make sure that there's nothing we're missing from accessibility standpoint.
Sure.
Thank you. You all are also finalizing policies and procedures for 2 large buckets of funding for that the council provided, the Technical Assistance Fund and the Expert Assistance Fund. Those resources obviously are critically important to commissioners. Do you have a sense of timing on when those procedures will be ready and when the money can start to move out the door again for the Technical Assistance Fund and the Expert Assistance Fund?
Yeah, we are about 85% complete with the policies and procedures. We're having a little bit of a legal review of them before we roll them out formally. So the goal is by the end of March, beginning of April, we should be able to start giving out funds.
Wonderful, wonderful. If you hit a snag or a delay, would you let the committee know, just so we have awareness, and if we can help, certainly we are here to help.
Absolutely.
Like many people, I was very pleased to see and hear that updating the OANC website is high on your list of priorities. While there's still a lot of work to be done there, I have already started to see some improvements around the financial reporting documents, training portal, and other resources. What's your vision for the future of the OANC website?
Well, as we indicated in our testimony, we really are working on on-demand products, being able to, well, more specifically, creating a members-only portal or password-protected portal for ANC commissioners. And that's where we would house things like the handbook, on-demand training, if the software will accommodate that, because that's what we're finding through our relationship with Octo. We have some challenges with our website to be able to offer some more robust products. So it may result in, I don't know, revamping completely the software to allow us to be able to have more flexibility in the types of services that we can provide.
Okay.
Gail, did you want to add anything to that? Gail has been working with Octo more closely with updating the website, and she was responsible for getting that training module added. So did you have anything you wanted to add with respect to the question?
Yeah, no, I think you summed it up pretty well, Dawn. There are different levels of websites along DC Gov, and the OANC's website, unfortunately, is at that sort of lower level. And so to be more robust requires some more opportunities that we need to work through with Octo. So even just trying to get our calendar, I don't know if you've ever noticed, to look like a calendar so that they could get, it has become an ongoing discussion with Octo to do that. Our website does not have that capability, which you would think is crazy. So as I think Dawn, indicated, we really would like to revamp the website, and that may require some additional funding or legislation or something to be able to get us to get a more robust website. And if you go to something like the Department of Zoning Commission's website, which is very robust, has all their calendars, their hearings. We just can't do that. We don't have the capabilities right now on our website. But the password protected, we would love to have an ANC commissioner only portal that would be attached to the website. It would be an opportunity for us to house, as Dawn mentioned, items for new commissioners. You become a new commissioner, you have to wait to get the handbook. It's hard now to come down to the Wilson building. Obviously the pandemic has posed some of those issues, but you have to come down to the Wilson building to get it in paper form. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we say, oh, here's your password, go onto the website. You can upload it electronically, of course, saves trees, but also you have it at that minute, right there. So we really are trying to do that. But obviously that's work that needs to be done.
All right, I appreciate the update. I'm glad you're working with Octo. I mean, I have a very limited tech knowledge, but it seems like it's going to be hard to pull the current website far enough forward. It seems inevitable that there's going to have to be a new website, and sort of figuring out what and whether you make sort of some investments in this current website or just start building a new one is something that you all are well equipped to figure out with Octo. So moving to the websites for ANCs themselves, we heard testimony today, as we have for several years now, that ANCs need more support in developing and managing their own websites. How do you think OANC can support in that regard in the future?
Well, part of the new communication software that we are bringing on will help them with some of that website design. So that is at least the plan preliminarily, that we're going to use the software to start rolling out websites for our ANCs in Ward 8 and those in the 2 in Ward 5 that are without them.
Okay. Yeah, and I want to just highlight, I'm sure you heard Mr. Becker's testimony. The websites were one of the issues. The other, with respect to Open Meetings Act, is something that we will have to sort of work through. I don't have a preliminary sort of legal understanding of the arguments, but I hope that you all will engage Mr. Becker in that conversation so that we can figure out what the appropriate path forward is. Another thing that you all have moved forward is the implicit bias training for commissioners that the council funded. This came from a request from commissioners. What was your impression of that training and whether it was helpful?
Councilmember Gail Fast is going to answer that one for you.
Yes, so the training was, I believe it was, well, I participated as an observer in the trainings. It was very, very successful. I think we had over 36, we had 2 sessions. We had 36 commissioners total for both sessions. And the feedback that we received from both presenters was that it was very, very helpful. There was a lot of knowledge that came out of it, helped them to sort of understand where their biases had come from and things like that. So all in all, it was very, very successful. It's something that we certainly could repeat again. I have that as sort of an annual training certainly wouldn't hurt. And certainly have been, the presenters have contacted us asking us if we're interested in fiscal year 22 offering it. So.
Okay. And on the topic of training, I believe that on your own initiative, you are engaging the Department of Behavioral Health on a new training free of charge to commissioners on managing stress and self-care. I gotta say, I think there are a few more important topics right now during the pandemic. So I'm really glad to hear this. How did you land on that idea, that topic?
Well, I think most of it came from just our conversations and really trying to figure out how to negotiate some of the tension that's happening in some of the ANCs. We figured, again, with all the stresses that are happening for commissioners during the pandemic, also trying to maintain their households and their employment, their full-time, paying employment, that is very stressful. And so we talked as a group and we thought that this would be a great topic area to start providing some assistance and resources for commissioners.
Your testimony mentioned a request for 2 new positions for the OANC, an administrative assistant and a program support specialist to assist with the financial reporting process. Can you walk me through, why you see a need for each of those?
Well, the technical support specialist was actually mandated by the committee as a necessary component to our office. We, as many skills as we all have, we are also technologically challenged. And so I can't even say the word. And so we need that person. We need that person to help us implement this new communication software, and also to implement, to work with Octo to successfully implement the hybrid meetings. So that would.
I'm sorry, that was my mistake. An administrative assistant and a financial reporting person. That's what it was, right?
Oh, well, an administrative assistant is necessary because we all are as you heard from this testimony, there is a lot of, or rather from reviewing the committee recommendations, there are a lot of responsibilities that have been placed upon the OANC, and people want answers immediately. They want progress immediately. Well, it's a little bit difficult for us to do that and our day-to-day tasks, because we do have day-to-day tasks. My job in particular, reviewing QFRs, it's very tedious, time-consuming work. And I would be better served, or at least the ANC commissioners would be better served, if there was some type of assistance with just document review. That would help speed up the QFR review process tremendously. In addition to, the QFR process has its other issues that we're going to start addressing, putting it online and having a web-facing component so that commissioners aren't using Excel spreadsheets in order to upload information and share information and create reports. But in order for me to do that, it would be helpful to have an administrative assistant, a support person that would at least could log in QFRs when they come, could start reviewing documents and being able to respond more quickly to ANC commissioners about missing documents and things to really speed up the review process.
Okay. the list of professional development trainings that each of you participated in during FY21 was much expanded over prior years, which I was happy to see. That's always been a concern of mine about the office. Like, all of us need ongoing professional development training. What areas do you think you'll focus on for professional development this fiscal year or going forward?
Well, Kathy, would you respond? Because I know you have to do ongoing training for your law degree.
Well, for me, I think that I would be definitely looking into more administrative courses based upon what one of the advisory neighborhood commissions mentioned. We've been starting to get motions. There's a possibility we may have to respond to some. So I want to make sure I stay up on that in terms of which courts that they're proceeding in the district court or in the federal court. Most of the time, 99% of the time, it is not our affair. But just to be on the safe side, it is best for us to respond that this is not our affair. And I don't know about Dawn and Gail, and I think that Jeanette and Leonard have all discovered that we find in our office that we're responding to matters so to make sure that we've covered it before it gets any further. And to elaborate a bit more on what Don mentioned about the administrative assistant, the telephone calls spur us. Sometimes we have a set date, we have a procedure of how we're going to handle a matter, and 1 or 2 telephone calls can throw us off for 2 or 3 days. I'm sure if you have seen any of our emails, just in the past 24 hours, we've had 2 debacles that we're still dealing with in the office. And we feel that an administrative support person could probably help us in that. Oh, getting back to what I said about the classes also, for me, statutory writing and legislative responses. You asked about the legislation that we would consider presenting to the council, and hopefully to be able to present it to you in a way that your staff won't do too much work to it, but just basically to thrash it out, in your meetings. So for us, writing those sorts of pieces, assisting with the policies and procedures along that line, and trying to be up on that yearly or every 2 years. That's for me.
Gail, did you want to add anything? Or
Sure. So obviously, looking at the training that I have done, 21, I have been handling most of the technical support and the technology piece of it, which is not really my area of expertise. I didn't, but had some basis of it. And until we fill that position, we'll probably continue to just get as versed as I possibly can on technology and understanding, hybrids and the technology that we're going to be offering in terms of the 2 softwares, even though I've done extensive work with them and have met with them on numerous occasions. But as far as personal development and stuff, one of the things that I know we've talked about is some of the trainings that we can't seem to find individuals to be able to help us with. Some things like conflict resolution and things like that. And so my background is in training. And so we have talked amongst ourselves about myself doing some of those trainings, taking some of those courses, understanding them, and then being able to redeliver them to commissioners in the upcoming years. Will that happen in fiscal year 22? I don't know, but we're certainly going to make it an objective of mine to be able to at least offer some of those in the upcoming year.
And much like Gail, my priority in 2022, especially whenever we get the executive director on board, is to really revamp and revise the QFR system. So my technical experience or assistance will come from learning software, working hand in hand with developers. And I think that that's going to really help develop some of my technology muscle so that I use that as a skill.
I appreciate it. On your agency's budget for FY21, you didn't spend all your available money, and because of legislation the council passed to allow recapture of unspent funds, you now have an extra $250,000 available in your FY22 revised budget. above what the council approved. Is that correct?
I believe that that is correct.
Do you have thoughts on how you'll use that funding to support commissioners this year?
Well, what we've been talking about, among the staff is really using those funds for the technical assistance and training needs of the commissioners. We also envision that the hybrid meeting process is going to be a little bit costly.
Yeah.
So those funds would definitely be used for the priorities as indicated by the committee, by the commissioners' recommendations.
Okay. Going back to FOIA, we've heard concerns, you heard it today, regarding FOIA compliance for ANCs, both from the commissioners themselves who have trouble complying and from members of the public who are unhappy with the process. Your responses to pre-hearing questions indicate that the OANC serves as the FOIA officer for 2 ANCs currently. Can you talk to me about the challenges with FOIA compliance and like what we can do to address this problem?
And we're going to have Kathy Williams. She handles our FOIA concerns in the office. She'll respond.
Yes, I didn't understand what Mr. Becker was saying. We have always handled FOIA requests when asked by the ANCs. We stand ready to do so. Quite a few commissions handle their own FOIA requests, and based upon what I've seen, as I believe Commissioner Patel said, they've been very, very welcoming, and whatever is required, they opened it up completely to whatever the request may be. We have always understood in the office of ANC that there's nothing to hide. There isn't anything to hide, so all the documentation is available to the persons, but individuals just can't ask wholesale for the entire filing of an ANC. They ask for specific issues, and if the commissioners have it on their records or in their files, they offered it to them, and that's what we have. What may be the problem is that the records may not be up to date, or the records may not be listed on the website as it should, because as with some of us in our office, people are just not adept at doing that. And I'm so glad that Dawn made mention of it in terms of with this extra money, assisting commissions with their own digital and IT issues, because you have the material there, but it has not been placed on the website for people to see. I have found it's basically miscommunication between the commissions and the person requesting, adversity, because the person requesting is a former commissioner. That individual may have that person's seat, and they know a certain document may be there, therefore I want it. But for me, and now Gottlieb, of course, was the primary FOIA officer at one point, but I assisted him, and as I'm working now, I find the commissions are ready and willing to produce that which they have, if they have it. And that's the confusion, if they don't have it. And they're not supposed to produce a document for the requester. I don't have it. And then there are those where I believe you do have it, and that's where you have the problem. So that's all we can do is request the documentation, and they will tell us they have it, they do not. We have found with Octo, and going back to something you said earlier, we ask commissioners to use their email addresses and to use their telephones, because that way it's easier to pull the information from their government-owned devices. If commissioners are using personal emails or personal phones, then a lot of that personal data could be released. So we are always, for years, we have emphasized to commissioners to please use your email, to please use your government phones. We've had several commissioners who have stated, I don't know how to use it. And we have repeatedly tried over and over. Mr. Barnum and Ms. Pass and Ms. Dickerson have tried to just show commissioners this is how you use your phone, how you use your email. But sometimes when that information falls into a private realm, it's very, very difficult to pull it out.
Yeah.
Octo is able to go through phone calls and pull out the terms of what an individual is looking for. For example, if they're looking for Fort Lincoln, material pertaining to Fort Lincoln, and you pull the commissioners and 5C, and you ask to look at their telephone messages, they would pull out Fort Lincoln, but then they would have to review that information to make sure there's nothing personal, even in that, something that should not be released to the public.
So Ms. Williams, if there's a FOIA request and a commissioner has been communicating using his or her personal email, or if there's a FOIA request and the sort of records aren't updated. So this stuff exists, just not in a place that is easy to capture. What happens in circumstances like this?
Well, the only thing we can do is ask the commissioner, especially on their private device, would you please review your messages, review your emails? Do you have this particular document? And it's based on their commissioner. The commissioner, I don't have it. I mean, there's no way, there's no enforcement in terms of give me your document and let me see for myself. We have to depend upon what the commissioner said. This is an elected officer who has been sworn in to do so, and this officer says, I don't have it. For those commissioners that have the documents and can't find it, we've asked you, would you go back and check again? So they'll let me check further. And we ask, what have you done? What have you reviewed?
Yeah.
That's all we can do. And we can present that to any appeal.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there's a gap here that we have to figure out. It's not an easy thing to figure out, as you say. You all have said, I've said the same thing to commissioners for years. You have to use your official email, but
exactly.
But that can't be sort of commissioners acting, sort of inappropriately using personal email. It can't be a barrier to FOIA. So that's something we're going to have to think through. But do you currently have an opinion on whether the Open Meetings Act should be applied to ANCs?
I believe the Open Meetings Act should be applied to ANCs, especially as those who wish to participate. Now, I don't want to speak out of turn because it was a couple of years ago, but with regards to our concerns about the Open Meetings Act, and I believe at the same time, DCHR, and someone may have mentioned it today, it's a matter about our commissioners being volunteers. Our commissioners fall into certain hats depending on our district government statute. In some instances, there was one commissioner who wanted to take a class that was offered by DCHR, and DCHR said, you cannot take that class because you're not an employee. And I remember that we fought to try to get that person to take the class. I don't know if they were able to do so, but lots of times when our commissioners are classified as employees, they are not allowed to participate in a lot of the training that's being offered. When the Open Government Division has offered training, our commissioners have participated, and I believe I participated in one last year. And there were several commissioners who were online who were very, very pleased with that. So we have been participating, and it has been opened up to those commissioners who want to participate.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So I'm certain about what Mr. Becker meant by that. But I do want to make sure to throw out there that there is a distinction in terms of our commissioners being employees and what they're allowed to participate in DC government matters.
Right. Although his concern, though, was with respect to the Open Meetings Act, and that's something we have to figure out because it is a unique position, but it is government, but it's not government employees. So I also need to figure out, like, how does the Open Meetings Act, I believe, applies to commissions, and those folks wouldn't be government employees. So, we had the Commission on Fashion Arts and Events. My guess is that they are subject to the Open Meetings Act. So I'm not sure why ANC wouldn't be.
Well, it was something that you pointed out earlier in terms of, remember, we're part of the legislature, and the ANC in the statute that's written, the statute is written for ANCs, for the commission, not for commissioners. So a lot of what we're talking about in our statute is the information and what we're providing, we provide to commission. And it's up to the commission to come forward as a group concerted with resolutions as to what they intend to do with those monies. They are, of course, subject to this. I mean, they're subject to it, but that is under the executive branch. And as you pointed out before, with OCTO and ANC, with the executive branch and the legislative branch coming together, we've got to surmount a few little hills. But the executive branch has been so very, very supportive of all that we've done. And I think it's just a matter of sitting down and talking about it and trying to get it out.
Yeah. Yeah, we can figure this out. I don't think the Open Meetings Act applies only to the executive branch, so we can figure this out. I don't think this is the most difficult issue.
I don't. I agree with you.
Seems like you're committed. I'm sorry.
By the fact that commissioners want to participate.
Yeah.
Majority of commissioners want to participate.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
The over the past year, your office has managed to support 7 trainings for ANCs, which is really good progress. Even better is that almost all of these trainings are now available online in a easily accessible location for the first time. ANC has asked for more trainings all the time. So what should they expect in the coming year with regard to trainings and those trainings being available online?
Gail, do you want to provide the list?
Sure. So the trainings that we will do, we are getting ready to offer new commissioner training. And so that will happen this month. We then are planning, as Dawn indicated, training for officers. In the past, the OANC has done training for just the chairs and treasurers. And as a group, we felt that that was not really sufficient, that the training should encompass all officers. So this would be one where chair, vice chair, secretaries, and treasurers would be in attendance. So that is planned for the first quarter. We will have the stress training, mental health training. We're just coordinating a date for that. So that will happen. And then I do believe that we just received a request from, I believe it's either the Office of Campaign Finance or BEGA to do their ethics training again. So we will repeat the ones that are certainly currently now on the training resources live. And we'll be able to offer those again. And then the hope is that at some point in fiscal year 22, we will do some conflict resolution training. That's our goal.
Okay. I can't remember if was Ms. Dickerson or Ms. Williams who mentioned this earlier, but with regard to the use of debit cards by ANCs, you're finalizing policies and procedures, but you said earlier not for use of debit cards, but something else. Can you explain that to me?
We actually did prepare policies and procedures for the use of debit cards.
Okay.
But when we vetted our policies with the DC Auditor's Office, we were cautioned about, we were cautioned about it. So then through my work with the QFRs, I was noticing a trend where if we do disallow any cost, it is usually around normal operating expenses like supplies or website hosting, because as you know, most businesses are web-based, and therefore they don't accept checks as a form of payment. Another area where it was becoming really, really painfully obvious that we had to move to ACH transactions was because there are staff in some of these ANCs that haven't been able to be paid efficiently, or if the ANC has been astute enough to implement a payroll system, then there's the challenge of the IRS may want you to file your payroll taxes electronically, but ANCs can't do that. So we started to see that it was really not fair and appropriate to continue to penalize ANCs for the ease of electronic payment when that is something that is really becoming a part of the business culture. We have to allow ANCs to be able to negotiate payment in that way.
But are there things that ANCs procure, somewhat frequently that they need a debit card to procure? I don't know why I feel like the commissioners have given examples in the past. I can't recall them now.
Well, I know a lot of times debit cards are used for services like Constant Contact or chip mail. For those types of services. And usually what happens is there's a commissioner that puts up their debit card and then is reimbursed.
Which is not ideal.
No, not at all.
I think one of the big kind of sticking point in the past was with the office of the chief financial officer. Could you talk through this with them? I mean, we have heard concerns from commissioners who say, look, we got to pay these things out of pocket and then try to go through the reimbursement process. That's not ideal. This may be something we can figure out. I don't know what the right answer is here. Credit cards, debit cards, none of it. But this seems like something we can figure out. So consider us a partner in this conversation.
Great.
But if you would engage the office of the CFO on this as well and in the committee so we can work on this together. Can we do that?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I really was blown away to hear about the development of the relationship between OANC and Octo in just a matter of a couple months, and that you all have been able to modernize, work with Octo to modernize the internal computers, printers, and other technology with no additional funding needed from the council. Now, I know this was a matter of significant concern very recently. Can you share like how that process developed?
The process of modernizing our office?
Yeah, modernizing the equipment.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, I believe it really all started with Interim Director Grant trying to resolve the matter of the hybrid meetings. And so when the conversation led over to Octo, and she already had a relationship with some folks in Octo, so it wasn't a very difficult synergy to create. And she started sharing the needs of the office. It was like magic. It really just fell into place immediately. It took no time at all. So now we have one printer and we can all print to that printer and it prints. And it's just been the most magical experience for us in the office, honestly. Perfect. Only thing we didn't get is a scanner. We need to work on that part.
All right. Well, hopefully Octo's listening. Finally, with respect to commissioner elections for vacancies on commissions, how is the new election process that the council passed? How has that gone for filling vacancies from your perspective?
Well, we're going to have Kathy Williams speak to that. She handles those matters for us.
Councilmember, I don't understand. What do you mean the new process with signatures?
So there was, before the pandemic, the elections had to happen in person. Then during when the pandemic started, we brought in the Board of Elections. Now I think OANC is running the elections now. Is that right?
That's correct. Okay, that's what you're talking about. Well, first of all, with our vacancy filling process, we have been, when the Board of Elections dutifully, very efficiently puts in the DC Register the vacancies in this various single member districts. Persons pick up petitions, they submit same. We've only had 2 instances where there may have been more than one candidate. In one instance, that was in 5C, Director Grant and I last year, sat outside on a beautiful day. And while ANC 5C was very efficiently conducting its meeting at a table on one part of the grounds by a recreation center. The recreation center was closed. They didn't get the word. So we sat outside. They were outside on one portion of the grass. On the other portion of the grass, Director Grant and I conducted an election. And that brought forth a candidate. We thought we would have to do it again in, I forgot the ANC, but we were prepared to be in one room while the commission met in another. During those instances, we pointed out that the quorum had to always be at bay. Now in 5C, everyone showed up. Now, of course, if this were to happen now in this weather, we have pointed out in one of the commissions that at least have a quorum, and hopefully one member of that commission would be there while the election was going on. And then there would be a quorum when they came back to announce the winner. To be honest with you, it really hasn't been a big problem. It's just finding a space where people are comfortable. It was great outside last year. It was just like the most beautiful day, and it was just really great, and it went very well. We haven't had one during the winter, and the vacancy filling process should probably end by the end of June.
Okay.
I think it's by the end of the first 6 months. So we'll see. But so far, everyone has been appointed. One person has applied, and one person has taken the job.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think our one of our more recent changes to the law does not require a meeting or a quorum. So hopefully that will make it easier to the extent that it's needed. So hopefully it gets even easier from here.
That's great. That's great.
Well, those are all the questions that I have. I want to thank you, Ms. Dickerson, Ms. Williams, Ms. Fast, for being with us today. And also for all the work that you all have done and continue to do to support our commissioners. Thank you all again.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the support you give the office.
And certainly thank you to Acting Director Grant as well in her absence. I want to thank the public who have joined us virtually, and want to mention that for anyone who wishes to submit additional testimony related to any of these agencies, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. If you are interested in submitting testimony, you can email it to facilities@dccouncil.us. Again, facilities@dccouncil.us. The record for this hearing will close at the close of business on January 27th. The business before this committee is concluded. The time is now 5:01 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the committee is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.